Good morning, sir.
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 Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that we are back to GST revision, second half of the GST syllabus, which I'll be covering today. Whatever you did yesterday and day before yesterday, which SMS are handled, mostly are theoretical chapters. You may sometimes find it overwhelming. Time value of supply, this or this, whichever is the place of supply, the value of supply, this exemptions, entire list, right? Focus first on the important chapters and amendments. That should be the key. Any amendments, if it has some time limit or amounts, that should be your first focus. Then don't ignore anything else, right? Because I remember Shetty sir telling during the income tax revision, GST, the syllabus is limited. Yes, income tax is vast. GST is limited. Out of 40, you should aim for minimum 30. In fact, my BCR friends would tell me, if I ask you, how much will you score in GST? What would my BCR friends from Foundation tell me?
40, sir.
40, sir.
40. So minimum 40 you will get. That was your expectation set for BCR. 30 ke 30 tara, GST ke 40 40 anta. But having said that, we should not be overconfident. Anyways, it's easy. Anyways, I can score anta. If you take it lightly, each chapterly, in this subject, you will get less. So easy, fine. But don't take it lightly, because you never know your point of study material or RTP. They may extract questions from anywhere and ask you. So be very careful. Don't take it lightly at all. Focus on all the amendments. We'll also cover all the amendments in class. That should be your first priority. But don't miss any chapters. Don't ignore any chapters. Right? Unlike your other subjects, our chapter in the only that question will be asked. But especially in this paper, income tax and GST, you will have a couple of questions which will have links to other chapters as well. If you say, I will not study ITC, you will not get more than 5 in your GST paper. This is like that. It's all linked to each other. So don't ignore even a simple chapter. Questions may be asked, and it's very easy to score as well. Okay. With that, let us start our revision. I'll quickly. Give me a minute. I think till I can share the screen, I'll ask you some questions on GST then, which may be applicable for your MCQs. We think these simple questions, but sometimes because we ignore such questions, they may ask such questions itself. Easy questions to begin with. When was GST implemented?
1st July
2017.
1st July 2017. Just like how Shetty sir would have spoken about income tax laws as well. So GST 1st July 2017. How many types of GSTs are there? I'm sure SMS would have covered this. If not, you would have probably given wrong answers. How many GSTs are there?
31 plus 4.
31 plus 4. So we think it is only one CGST, one SGST, one IGST, one UTGST, which is wrong. One CGST is right, one IGST is right. One UTGST is okay, but 31 states will have 31 independent GST acts. So CGST Act 2017, one SGST Act also. That SGST Act is different for Karnataka, for Maharashtra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, etc. Right? Even though the name says the same, SGST Act, but actually, if you see, it is Karnataka State GST Act. It's like that. Okay. So keep that point in mind. Simple questions they may ask like this. Let me see if I can quickly share my screen again. I hope you can see the screen now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All these, I think, till page 97, SMS sir would have covered.
Yes, sir.
So there are, if you can see here, there are many topics here. For example, this payment of output tax, 1% payment ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, or refund of 1 lakh or 86B especially, are all covered here in ITC, as well as some bits of payment of tax and other returns chapter as well. SMSR would have covered this. Did he cover this, or is it pending to be covered?
Yes, sir. Covered.
Covered. So till here it is covered, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So in case you have questions, we'll again discuss, no problem. And we'll also see some questions may have appeared in the RTPs as well. We look at May as well as November RTPs and previous year's question paper as well. Such questions may be asked. And we'll also observe, mostly if there are any amendments, they will ask a question. For example, I remember seeing this question on fly ash bricks in the previous paper, right? So be ready. This time you may get a question on 51 or 53. What is that? Section 51 or 53?
Interest or penalty.
Interest. Correct. So we'll discuss that also in detail today. So such questions may be asked. Okay. Quick revision. So I didn't handle registration in your regular syllabus, but when I revise this, don't feel like that's the reason we have this R2C classes here, revision classes here, because if you don't revise, there is no way you can clear. That is there. And the more times you revise, the better it is for you, right? So have a paper and pen with you, even though you have these notes ready, right? I am of the opinion that if you don't write, there is no use. If you rely only on the materials given to you, in fact, we have an elaborate material. This material is pretty elaborate for your revision as well. Everything is here in this. If you go through this, this is more than enough, right? So having said that, don't completely rely on this saying that it is there, because the more we see, so of no use. Only we write, we'll keep it in our mind. So whatever important points I discuss, even though it may be there in the material, you still make a note of that. Okay. For example, one issue which I am seeing is many people may have the old material as well, study material. In case you have, just in case, the limits, rates, etc. may be different, and there are certain amendments which you may not know. Our book note you may be wrong here. So such changes, etc. For example, E-invoice limit, which I'll be discussing later, make a note of that. Okay. The more you write, the better it is for you. Quickly sharing the screen again. Chapter 9, registration. So these are the sections covered, 22 to 30. Persons liable to registration, not liable, compulsory, procedure for registration, deemed registration, CTP and NRTP, amendment of registration, cancellation or suspension, revocation of cancellation. So everything pertaining to registration is summarized here. Okay. Quickly going through levy. What does it mean? Already covered by SMSR. Levy of GST is on supply of goods made by a taxable person. Simple. Now, who is a taxable person then? Who is registered or liable to be registered? In fact, even when he discussed composition scheme, he spoke about 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs, etc. Right? Special provisions, 1%, 6%. Remember?
Yes, sir.
When? Yesterday, day before yesterday, one of these 2 days. Oh, not yesterday, day before yesterday, maybe, right? 1% for composition, 6% is a special provision if you're not eligible for composition. So all these are limits. But before that, we need to actually see if we are supposed to register or no. If yes, what is the turnover and what is the limit? And what are some exceptions given to us? Okay. Aggregate turnover. Now, one more thing I like to tell you here. Aggregate turnover, I remembered one thing. This was in 2018. I still have a screenshot with me. I was in a conference where a CEO of a website was a panelist. Okay. So you have, I will not name because again, this is also live in many places. There are certain established websites. If you type anything pertaining to tax, you may see their websites in the first or second options there. What I had done when I was part of the GST team in my firm, I had asked my assistant to, he was working on a different client, I was working on a different client. Something pertaining to aggregate turnover came. And what is the definition of aggregate turnover? What will you do? Check the act, check the rules. It's clear. What he did was aggregate turnover, he typed on Google. First topic came up. He referred that. If you can see the screen here, I will share it. You can see here, right? Aggregate turnover. It's covered already, I know. Aggregate turnover means the total value of all taxable supplies, excluding RCM inward supplies, exports of goods or services or both interstate, to be computed on all India basis, but excludes tax. In that website, this bracket, bracket was missing, not the content inside the bracket, right? The bracket itself was missing. So it said aggregate turnover means the total value of all taxable supplies, comma, excluding RCM inward supplies, comma, exempt supplies, comma, exports, comma, etc. So whatever you see after the word excluding should be excluded at the meaning number. And this had an impact on the client as well because of some calculations, etc. So in case you have questions, don't directly put it on Google question, right? What if my brother or my someone else relative who is not at all well versed in GST, he has typed something, put it there. Who has authenticated it? This is the question I asked him. He said, no, we have authentications, etc. Then I told him, actually, in your website, I found this issue because of this happened. Then he immediately rectified it, right? So even established websites may not have control. And you can never tell the income tax officer, our website is so relied. No. Whereas for the act, as simple as that. So such brackets issue should be very careful with this. Okay, so aggregate turnover, you all know this already. All taxable supplies, excluding RCM inward supplies. What about RCM outward supplies? Will it be considered here? Yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So RCM outward supplies, it is your supply, it will be considered. Only your inward supplies on which you will be paying under RCM will not be covered. So all these will be covered there. Persons liable for registration. Again, we have already seen this. You already know this by now. This is a simple concept. 20 lakhs. So aggregate turnover is 20 lakhs. You are supposed to register. In case of special category states, he shall be liable to be registered if his aggregate turnover in the financial year exceeds 10 lakh rupees. Now here, this is important. Special category states for the purposes of registration. Okay. Registration purposes matra, because special category states under there are a lot of other states as well. But it started with that, then slowly it is condensed and we have only these 4 states with us as special category states only for the purpose of GST registration. So if your turnover is in Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland and Tripura, what happens then? Your turnover limit is 10 lakh. Yes. Now, I hope all of you have this revision material with you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Have you taken a printout of that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Immediately after the point I discussed, you can see one more point there, a note. What is that? Can someone read that out? I will not share the screen. Just read that out once.
Which point, sir?
Point on persons liable for registration, special category states for the purpose of registration, MMNT, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura. What do you have after that?
If a person with places of different business in different states across India has one branch in a special category state from which it makes a taxable supply, the threshold limit for GST registration will be reduced to rupees 10 lakh.
Did this answer any question? I had
Yes,
left
sir.
a worm in your mind. Remember? When I took the class, even though it was not pertaining to my chapter, I had left a worm in your mind. Now, is that out?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is always the point, right? No matter how experienced you are, when you see such questions, 20 lakhs with 10 lakhs. So 20 lakhs applicable, 10 lakh applicable. Itra question will come to your mind. You know the answer now. Okay. This specifically given in the study material also, it would have been clear. But such questions may also be asked. Be ready. Direct questions, they expect you to know. So they may not ask you, but such questions, be ready. So make a note of that. Start another. Next. Section 22. Now, we spoke about this. Okay, wait, I'm not sharing my screen, sorry. So this is the main and general rule. 20 lakh turnover, 10 lakh special category states. That is MMNT, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura. This is the base. Now going beyond this, there are certain changes. Here, who can register, who should register, who is not liable to register. Keeping this as base, we will expand on our knowledge. Okay. Section 22 of the CGST Act provides any person is liable to register when his agreed turnover exceeds 20 lakhs. However, this notification exempts any person who is engaged in exclusive supply of goods. Again, the point here is exclusive supply of goods only, and whose aggregate turnover in the financial year does not exceed 40 lakhs from registration requirement. What does that mean? You should be trading in goods, supply of goods only, and in such case, the limit will increase to 40 lakhs. Yes, but there are certain exceptions to this. What are those? Persons required a compulsory registration under 24. We'll see that next. If you fall under 24, irrespective of your limit, you should take a registration. That is what this means. Second, persons engaged in the supplies of ice cream, other edibles, pan masala, tobacco and manufactured tobacco substitutes. I think Hanish sir would have given a shortcut here. Short name Kotirbek. What is that?
Pitam.
Pitam. Yes. What does Pitam stand for?
Pan masala,
Pan,
ice cream,
ice cream,
aerated
Tobacco.
tobacco,
aerated water,
aerated water,
And
bricks,
Yeah.
fly ash.
That's secondary. So either this is Pitam. These have come later as amendments. Okay, so we may get questions on these. So if you are engaged in the supply of fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregates, fly ash blocks, bricks of fossil meals or similar whatever earths, building breaks, earthen or roofing tiles, you are, what do you say? Exceptions. Okay. Next, persons engaged in making intrastate. Now this again is talking about some limits. Persons engaged in making intrastate supplies in the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Telangana, Puducherry, and special category states as per section 22. For now, whenever I say special category states, it is only MMNT, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura. Okay. So interstate supplies of goods are nevertheless liable. If it's interstate, fine. It's anyways supposed to be, you're supposed to take a registration. Intrastate idre, in these states, you fall under this exception. The last, person who has opted for voluntary registration. Okay. Now, idralli, what is the key thing you need to note here? First, understand it is 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs and 10 lakhs in case of special category states. In case it is supply of exclusive supply of goods, then your turnover will jump to 40 lakhs. Yes. Next, this whatever is written above is summarized in a small table. Just have a look at that. States with threshold limit of 10 lakhs for supplier of goods and or services, we have MMNT, right? Special category states. States and UTs with threshold limit of 20 lakhs for supplier of goods and or services. We have these Arunachal, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, Telangana. What does this mean here? They fall under 20 lakhs registration limit plus goods go no, they have not increased to 40 lakhs. Got what I'm saying? 40 lakhs, this point which is here. Exclusive supply of goods, 40 lakhs into there. And exemption is this. That means the registration limit is also 20 lakhs because they are not falling under special category states. Special category only 4, MMNT, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura. Here, they are not falling under special category states. So their regular registration limit is 20 lakhs plus a goods 40 lakh limit. It's not applicable to them. So for these states, entire registration goods or services, 20 lakhs only. Okay. Last part here, states and UTs with threshold limit of 20 lakh for supplier of services, both goods and services, and 40 lakh for supplier of goods. So in these cases, 20 lakh registration limit. Normal for goods, service, rarely 20 lakh is the base registration limit plus exclusively supply of goods antidre. For these states only it is 40 lakhs. And when I say these states, don't think there are only 4 states here. Jammu, Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, all other states, all other andre, every other state will have 20 lakh as registration limit, 40 lakh only for goods. Just take 10 seconds, go through this table again. You have the material with you. Understand what is what. Quick summary in 30 seconds. I'll look at it for 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Then I'll summarize this once again before we move on. Understand what these columns are first. It may already been discussed in your class, but as revision, because again, I told you, look, 40 lakhs, I should not feel now at this stage. Okay, I'll summarize. First column, special category states. 10 lakh is the limit, MMNT. Second case, they are not special category states, so this 10 lakh will not apply to them. Normal 20 lakhs will apply. But this 40 lakh limit, which is your exclusive supply of goods, that is also not applicable to them. So irrespective of goods or services, whatever it is, the registration limit is 20 lakhs in these states. Third situation, third column here is your registration limit is 20 lakhs, base limit, plus this exclusive supplier of goods, that 40 lakh limit is also applicable to them. So if you read the heading clearly, states UTs with exclusive supply of 20 lakh for supplier of services, both goods and services. either only services or both goods and services get 20 lakh is the limit. 40 lakh for supplier of goods, no services here, right? This is the registration summary. Next, compulsory registration. Now we saw 20 lakh limit, but there may be cases where even though your registration limit is less than 20 lakhs, you are supposed to take a registration. Yes. So let us look at those situations. The category of persons requiring compulsory registrations. 1. Persons making any interstate taxable supply. Intrastate idre, even if it's less, it is okay. But when you're making interstate supply, taxable supply, that is, you are supposed to take a registration compulsorily. But don't end this here. They put a small star mark after supply. Okay, I'll tell you why. Supply pakka. After this line, after the first point here, put a small star in your materials. So the summary as of now, if you are making interstate taxable supply, you are supposed to take a registration compulsorily. What are we seeing now? Section 24, which is compulsory registration. Yes, sir? No, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir? No, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Voice is not clear, let me know. I have a beautiful, nice headphone. I'll wear it in case it is not clear. Okay. Next, casual taxable persons making taxable supply. So you know what CTP is? Was it discussed in Deep for Yesterday's revision? CTP? No.
No, sir.
Okay. So what is CTP again? You will feel, I know, because this class had happened very long back. So CTP making taxable supply, compulsory register. Fourth point, NRTP making taxable supplies. NRTP means non-resident taxable person, compulsory register. Third point, persons who are required to pay tax under reverse charge or inward supplies received. That means you are purchasing something, you are supposed to pay tax under reverse charge. Now, normally what happens? Supplier pays. But in case of RCM, when the recipient of the goods pays under reverse charge, if you are supposed to pay tax, you are supposed to take a registration. Because what if the provision says you are supposed to pay tax under reverse charge? You don't have a registration. How will the government get the money then? So in such case, if you are supposed to pay tax, take a registration, then pay. Simple? Yes, sir, or no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, e-commerce operators required to pay under 9(5). So this, I think, SMS would have briefly touched upon when he spoke about section 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yes. So e-commerce operators should compulsorily take registration. Persons supplying via e-commerce operators, except 9(5) cases, who collect tax at source under 52, plus every e-commerce operator required to collect tax source under section 52. Now, thankfully for your November attempt, this concept of TDS thesis is not there specifically. So no need to break your head so much. Next attempt onwards, it is there. They've added 2 new chapters, accounts and records, and TDS and TCS. So people who are writing in May, next May, that is May 24, our Giriti will have a separate session on that later. But for now, don't break your head too much onto what that is. But for simple concept, how it works in income tax, same logic applies here. What's the difference between TDS and TCS? Can someone tell me quickly? You know it already.
So the payer of income will be deducting the amount of tax. It is the TDS.
Okay.
But the person. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. When the person who collects the income, he will also collect the tax component additionally. It is called TCS.
Okay. Tax deducted at source andre, again, just like your income tax case, 194J, for example. I have to pay you 1 lakh rupees. I will deduct 10% and pay you 90,000 rupees. This is tax deducted at source. Tax collected andre, I will collect extra over and above the money. So what happens to this TDS and TCS? Just for general knowledge. Okay. TDS and TCS deduct agide. In your income tax, what happens when you have your final computation of income? Total income minus TDS you do. Yes. And you write the amount already paid by you as TDS, you will pay the balance. But in case of GST, even though it's not specifically applicable to you, you should know this basic details, that this TDS and TCS amount, we will have to file one more return specifically, just file, not like a GST 1, 2, 3, but simple returns. If you go to the GST portal, you can see file TDS and TCS credit received. So if someone has done TDS or TCS to you, you can file that return get that money to your electronic cash ledger. Now, why I'm telling you this is, when we discuss payment of tax, this topic will come up. So you should know what that is. So in your income tax, what happens? You will not get the money directly unless it is a refund. So tax payable by you, 50,000 rupees. TDS done by someone else, 20,000 rupees. Balance tax, you pay 30. But in case tax payable is nil, income tax payable is nil, minus TDS is 35,000 rupees. What happens to this 35? You will get a refund. That's how it works in income tax. But in GST, irrespective of what your taxable or GST payable is, once you file this TDS or TCS and TDS return, that money which is paid by the deductor to the government or collected to the government, you can file it and immediately the money will be reflected in your electronic cash ledger. This is specific. Keep this point in mind. Why cash ledger? We'll see later. But cash ledger, it will come and sit. Why? What is the use of appearing in cash ledger? You can use it for various other purposes also, this TDS and TCS. But if it had gone to credit ledger, it's probably waste, because you will see the difference. So one marker barbodu, keep this point in mind. TDS, TCS will come and sit in your cash ledger in case. Okay. So persons required to deduct tax under 51. Persons who make taxable supplies of goods or services on behalf of other persons, whether as agent or otherwise. Input service distributor. Every person supplying online information OIDR services, other notified person. So there is no one now, it's exhaustively covered here. So in case you fall under these categories, you are supposed to take a compulsory registration, right? But what they have done is they have exempted somewhere else. So that's why I told make us put a star somewhere else. So in these cases, it says as of now, take a compulsory registration under section 24. Now go back to section 23, which says persons not liable for registration. Yeah, registration not required. Section 23 lists the persons who are not liable. Thus the persons so listed will not be the taxable persons. Okay, because they are not liable for registration, they can't be called taxable persons. 1. Persons engaged in exclusively in the business of supplying goods and or services not liable to tax or wholly exempt from tax. That means if you are making supplies which is exclusively not liable to tax or exempt supplies, wholly exempt from tax, what is the point of taking a registration? You are not liable, right? Can you give me an example of exempt supply? Any exempt supply?
Directorships.
So that particular exempt supply, again in business agidre, if you don't have anything else, there is no need to take a registration. That's what it says. Second, agriculturist, to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. Here, this is important. Don't just end by saying agriculturist, right? Because what does it say? Agriculturist, to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. What if you have a big land, cultivation one kade ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು kade you have a guest house? Can I classify him under agriculturist? Because I can say a farmer land build ಮಾಡಿದಾನೆ. Are you cultivating that building there? No. So in such case, cultivation of goods in ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ನೀವು, ಆ point of view ಗೆ you call it agriculturist. Other, not applicable in this situation. Okay. Only produce out of cultivation of land, that is okay. Other than that, not covered here. Next, specified category of persons notified by government exempted from obtaining registration. So the government has specifically told these people no need to take a registration on that. First, persons making only reverse charge supplies. What does that mean? If I am supplying goods to you, let us take our own example. I think it was Ritvik selling to Chinmay. Second and third situation, right? When Ritvik sells something to Chinmay, but this transaction falls under RCM. So who will pay tax to whom now?
Chinmay.
Chinmay will pay
to Ritvik?
No, sir, to the government.
To the government under RCM. Yes. So normally in forward charge, what happens is Ritvik will sell goods to Chinmay. Chinmay will pay tax to Ritvik. Ritvik will pay the tax to the government. This was how it was. But in case of RCM, Ritvik will sell goods to Chinmay. Chinmay has to pay to the government under RCM. In such case, what is the use of Ritvik taking a GST registration? Any use? No. When Chinmay makes the payment, what is the point of Ritvik having to take a registration? That is what they are telling us here. First point, which is persons making only reverse charge supplies. In such case, he is not liable to take a registration. Second, persons making interstate supplies of taxable services up to rupees 20 lakhs. What does that mean? First, in the previous situation, 24 LA, we saw persons making interstate supplies taxable, compulsory registration. Yes, but here they are specifically saying if you are making interstate supplies of taxable services up to 20 lakhs. Are they saying goods here in this point? No, it is taxable services up to 20 lakhs, not required. Next, persons making interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods and notified products up to 20 lakhs. So, in fact, in the study material also, they're specifically saying they have given the list to you and said this is not relevant for you, it's only for information. In case you see something like handicraft goods, question, they will specifically say handicraft goods or notified products under this. They will not give you the item. So, no need to go through that. So, condition is the aggregate value of such supplies to be computed on all India basis does not exceed an amount of 20 lakhs. That is the limit again, same 10 lakhs in case of MMNT. And such persons have obtained a PAN and have generated an e-way bill. These are the conditions to be fulfilled in such cases. That is interstate supplies of handicraft goods and notified products to 20 lakhs here. Fourth, casual taxable person making interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods up to 20 lakhs. Same, these two conditions will apply here. Only in case of casual taxable person. That was also written there. Compulsory under 24 LA. Casual taxable person making taxable supplies. Compulsory registration. But here, however, or but some proviso. Casual taxable persons making an interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods up to 20 lakhs, not required to take a registration here, not liable for registration. Clear? So first we saw the base concept of section 22, registration. 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs. 20 lakhs everyone else, 10 lakhs MMNT. Then we saw 40 lakhs only for goods. Yes? And we saw 6 transactions there. Then we looked at compulsory registration under section 24. These people have to take a registration irrespective of the turnover. Then we looked at 23 persons who are not liable to take a registration. Yes. Let us move on to the next section, which is section 25, 26, 27. Right? They will not ask you the entire procedure in detail, but you should know everything here. 25, 26, 27 talks about procedures to take registration. Right? So I have summarized all the concepts, all these main sections under these 3 sections, main points under these sections in form of bullet points. If you just go through, this is enough. But however, this should not stop you from going through the study material again for some fine details. Just read. I'm not asking you to by heart or memorize or anything from the study material. Just go through once, casual read, it is okay. Right? First, registration application to be filed within 30 days of becoming liable for registration. Right? I don't know, I've not discussed this in this class, but if we take an example, 1st of April, you started the business. April monthly, 3 lakh is the turnover. Will you take a registration? Again, subject to conditions, 24 LA. As of now, no. If it's a normal transaction. May 3 lakhs, will you take a registration? No. June, July, August, September, 3 lakhs. Will you take a registration? No. As of now, it is 18 lakhs. 1st of October itself, you gave an invoice of 3 lakhs. So October LA, it became 21. Should you take a registration in that case? Yes. Within 30 days, you are supposed to take a registration. That's what is the rule. Next, effective date of registration. If application is made within 30 days of you becoming liable to registration. Now, 1st October, you became liable. If you apply for registration within 1st November, within 31st October, 30 days, the date of becoming liable to registration, that is 1st of October, will be your effective date of registration. 30 days. So 1st October, you became liable. If you make an application within 30 days, date of liable to become registration, liable to registration, which is 1st of October, will be your effective date of registration. If not, that is, if application is not made within 30 days, then date of grant of registration will be your effective date of registration. A small point to keep in mind. Okay. So within 30 days, liable date. After 30 days, date of grant of registration. Next, a person shall be granted single registration in a state. Right? SMSR would have discussed this already. In case you have multiple branches also in a state, it is completely okay. But take one registration, right? Unless you take specific registrations for specific, so let us say branches. This is a separate unit. I am a trainer offering service. I am also a manufacturer of goods doing something else, both under the same company. I can take one registration here, one registration here. But once I take two different registrations under the same PAN also, because PAN will be one, yes, one PAN, but two registrations. Both are PAN-based registrations itself. Even though it is one PAN, but the moment I take two registrations, these two registrations are distinct persons. In GST, it is as if this branch is only different company, this branch is only different company. Even if I have a transfer from this branch to this branch, just transfer of goods from here to there, it is a transfer of goods from one person liable under GST to one more GST registered person. So that my company concept will not come here. It will become a distinct person, which is there in point number 5. Different registrations to be treated as different persons, whether the registration is in the same state or no. Got it? One more example of this distinct person is, I have a branch in Bangalore, head office, head office in Bangalore, branch in Mumbai. Even though it's one company, one PAN, but when I make a transfer, just transfer of goods, no, I'm not even selling, I'm transferring goods from here to there, it is effectively called a supply because it is between two distinct people. This is in case of interstate. In case of intrastate also, even though it's my company, two branches have taken independent registrations, it will be considered as distinct persons for the purpose of registration. Clear? Okay, so depending on my judgment and going through the previous year's question papers and what is happening practically, if I think you may get a question specifically in your exam, I will stress more on that. That's what I'm doing from 10 o'clock here. Even one marker is fine because 12 marks, but out of that, how many GST? 12?
12.
So 12 less per week, minimum 8 you should get. And these points which I elaborate on, there are chances that you may get such questions for your MCQs. So if I think it is, they will ask questions on that, I will dig deep, or else I will just tell the basics and move on. Okay. Next point. Voluntary registration is possible. I just started a business today. By say, I may start the activities after say 2-3 months. But in case even if I start a business today, I can voluntarily take a registration irrespective of my turnover limit. That is there. Option is given to you. But the moment you take a registration, all the procedures or provisions which applies to a registered person will apply to you as well. You can't say, no, my registration is voluntary, I will not collect tax. No. Once you take a registration, you are same. There is no bifurcation saying voluntary to compulsory to no. Okay. Next. PAN is mandatory for registration eligibility because as we know, GST is PAN based. And what is the composition of a GST-IN? Do you remember? No, sir. No, sir.
First two letters, state code.
Okay.
And then PAN number. And
okay.
Then unique character.
Okay.
And then it states or whether we are individual or whether we are firm.
Whether we individual or firm, specifically
no,
the GST
comes under PAN.
Not really. Okay. Anyone else? Quickly try. It's a how many digits? How many characters? Such questions again, you have no one marker. How many characters? GST-IN. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I discussing something which was never discussed in your life?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. What is that then? That will be your answer. So I will please share my screen again. Okay. So how will your registration look like? 29. What is 29? Your state code, right? So state code top to bottom approach, they have given the list of states. So 29 first two digits will be your state code. Then this will be 2 digits. Then your next 10 digits will be your PAN. Don't call it PAN number. I don't know if I told this to you or no. PAN number means permanent account number. Yes or no? Because NL number is say PAN. So PAN, this will be 10 digits. Then comes 1 by default. Then comes Z. Then comes R or 3 alpha numeric. What is the significance of this 1? Can someone tell me? Significance of that 1? No, sir. So I have a company. Let us say Shashank Private Limited, Shashank Enterprises Private Limited. I have 2 business verticals, and I'm doing 2 line of activities here. First line of activity is, let us say, manufacture of these stylus, digital pens. Second line of activity is manufacturing of bottles, right? I will take 2 separate registrations for 2 different items here. How will my GST number of this look like? 29 followed by what?
PAN.
PAN. Okay, let us end there. What about this? 29 followed by
PAN.
PAN. So can it be same then?
No, sir.
29 followed by PAN, 29 followed by PAN. So what happens next? So in such case, if I have the same PAN but different registrations, this will be 1, this will be 2. But the logic? Yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
In case of my stylus, this registration here will be 1. This one. In case of the water bottles, this will be 2. So under the same PAN, it will, you can see the different numbers here. 14th will be Z by default. 15th will be alpha or numeric, random number. So in case you apply for your GST number today, can you get to know your GST number already? You can get to know 14 digits of your GST number already. That is still here. 15th digit will not know. So it will be, if most of you will apply in the state of Karnataka, if that is the case, 29 followed by your PAN, followed by 1, followed by Z, 15 digit you don't know. So first 14 digits you will know. Clear? Simple concept of GST IN. Again, 1 marker to test your basic GST knowledge. You should know this. Okay. They may ask this. Multiple PANs, 2, 3, or 3, they may ask question on that, or number of digits in GST. Possible questions. Next point. So without PAN, can you take a GST IN? No, because it is PAN based. Digit number 3 to 12 is your PAN. So without PAN, you can't. Registration by proper officer where a person who is liable to be registered under this act fails to obtain registration. What does this mean? In case you cross 20 lakh turnover threshold limit, but you have not taken a registration, can you do that? Yes, you can. But Sikakondre, you're gone. So even it has happened with many people. The turnover will cross 20 lakhs, but they will not even know because monthly ಎಷ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ GST ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. Only after the end of March when they see 40 lakhs ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ, what happens now? That is when they will realize. But in case the government feels that you have good turnover but you have not taken a registration, they may come back to you. They may issue notice to you. For example, how will the government know? Income tax ಅಲ್ಲಿ TDS ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, right? So you are receiving money subject to TDS. That payer is giving your PAN and is paying the money to the government. So under your PAN, that is, right? So when the money has come to your account quoting your PAN TDS alla bandide, that means you are getting some money. If you are getting money, that means you have some business or provision of service. Why not? You have taken a registration anta barutte. You can give explanation saying it is exempt adu idu anta, but government will know. It can also, not now, but after few years, it may know that your bank account alli 50 lakhs transactions ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Limit is 20 lakhs for registration. Have you taken a registration? No. Why not? And they'll give you a notice. They will come later because they may want interest also then, right? So that is that. There was this situation of one samosa vendor. Have you seen that? Have you come across this in newspapers anywhere? Some GST officer, one day he was stalking a samosa guy. That means he was sitting outside a samosa shop. Full day, just for observation. Because he felt that our samosa turnover was good enough on that. So what did he do? One full day he sat and recorded. I don't remember the exact figures. He sat and observed. Let us say, for example, okay, let us say 1,000 people went. Example, or let us say 100 people went in a day to buy samosa. Let us take the cost of samosa as 20 rupees per samosa. What's the total cost or total revenue per day? 100 into 20, which is 2,000. So what the officer did was 2,000 if it's average per day. 365 days ಗೆಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು? Is it crossing the turnover limit or no? Approximationally, he gave a notice to them saying you're supposed to take a registration because it crossed 20 lakhs and you pay interest, you pay that, you pay this, he gave a big notice. Apparently, he had to pay around some in lakhs together, he had to pay. So this is what happens if you don't take a registration. The officer may initiate the thing next. This is what this point was. Registration by proper officer. Next, Aadhaar authentication is made mandatory. This is an amendment, right? So the question may be asked on this. What is that? Made compulsory for existing as well as new registration. So you already have a registration, fine. You're applying for a new registration, okay, but still Aadhaar authentication is a must. Why? To eliminate these fake companies or dummy companies, this is made. Because once you get the Aadhaar authentication done, there are two types of authentications here. One, Aadhaar authentication. That is, I, who is starting this business, will authenticate my Aadhaar. So I am always associated with the company then. It is genuine one reason. Second, in case the officer rejects or if I don't opt for Aadhaar registration, within 30 days, the officer will come to the physical visit of my premise just to see if that company is there or no. So 7 days Aadhaar authentication, 30 days physical visit by the proper officer. Make a note of that. 7 days Aadhaar, 30 days physical visit. If it is 30 days when you opt, if it doesn't come 30 days early, that means it is deemed to be registered. Basically, he has 30 days to come and finish the formalities. If not, it is deemed. We'll see that a little later, but it is there. Okay. Steps are given in your material. I will. You can go through the stat updates as well. Brief steps are given. Just go through that once. How to apply new old case procedures they have given there. Not very relevant for you, but read once. Okay, just read. Next. If Aadhaar authentication is not done, then the person cannot file refund application or apply for revocation of cancelled application. That means if you have not done Aadhaar, if I have a company, I have not done Aadhaar authentication, I can't apply for refund. Because what is the genuinity of my company then? So you Aadhaar authenticate, then you can apply for refund. Or in case my registration is cancelled, if the proper officer cancels my registration for whatever reasons, let us say non-filing of returns. If I have to revoke the cancellation, that means I have to get Aadhaar authentication done, or else my application cannot be revoked. Procedure for registration. Questions related to procedure have been contained in 8, 9, 10. They're also applicable for tax composition levy, every person seeking voluntary as well as CTP. Some procedures are given. Again, how next. So just to briefly tell registration procedures, okay, what happens is you log in, you go to register, you go to your, let me share the screen once. You go to gst.gov.in. I will not take more than 30 seconds here. Where will you go? Services, you can see registration, you can see payments, user services, refunds, e-waybill, everything else. Registration, I will click on new registration. Can you see 3 items there? New registration, application for filing clarifications, track application status. So once I click on new registration, what does it ask here? I am a who? Taxpayer, deductor, collector, practitioner, non-resident taxable person, UN body, consulate or embassy, other notified, non-resident online service provider. I am a taxpayer, right? State, I will select Karnataka. District, I will select Bangalore, urban. Legal name of business as mentioned in PAN. Then PAN, I will write here, whatever is my PAN, it will authenticate. For example, if I write AA 1111A, it is at least matching 5 letters, 4 numbers, 1 letter. But if I make this A, it's saying it is not a valid PAN. You can see that red here. So authenticate agatilli. Then email address, mobile number, and CAPTCHA. Once I click on proceed, after reading these basic details, I will then get an OTP to both my email address as well as mobile number, whatever I've written here. And once I get my email ID and mobile number, I will verify it. I will get something called as TRN, temporary reference number, okay, which is valid for 15 days. Simple. Make a note simply. Registration, apply TRN 15 days. Just barcode. You never know. MCQ 1 mark. Okay. So once you apply for registration, after you validate your email ID and mobile number, you will get a TRN, temporary reference number, which starts with TRN and a big number on the number followed by TRN. So next time, once you get a TRN, temporary reference number, next time when you come here, you will not again click on new registration. You will click on TRN and you will write the TRN here, write the CAPTCHA code. When you click on proceed, the form will open, which is valid for 15 days, as I mentioned, right? Core fields irutte, non-core fields irutte. What is that? I have explained in next page. I have written that core and non-core enanta. It's like a form. You just fill the form. After filling all the details, you will sign it, authenticated by verification. Then your application will go to the officer. Next, you can track the application status here under registration. Track application status notebook. What is the status of your application filed? In case he asks for more details, for example, for place of business, you have only given the electricity bill, but he may want your rent agreement as well, just to know that you are there. He will ask for clarifications. You will click here, application for filing clarifications, and okay, TRN aki, you will continue there. And you will go on portal, will open there, you will file a response there. Simple. This is the procedure for registration as such. Simple. What can be the possible questions here? One, TRN generate 15 days validity, core and non-core fields you will have to update. Now it's already there in the notes. Updating bank account is a must. You will have to update the bank account details as well. You will also have to update the principal place of business as well as additional place of business also. In case you have additional place of business, where a branch another idre under one registration, those details also have to be updated. Let us quickly go back. However, procedure so laid down will not apply to NRTP or TDS, TCS, OIDR service because of separate, because they will not go through all this. They will have separate registration procedure there. Such separate forms have been prescribed in GST 01. We saw this divided into two parts, which is part A and part B. We'll see that a little later as well. Next, deemed approval. I told you, deemed application, I told you some 10 minutes back. What is that? If the proper officer fails to take any action in the following cases within the stipulated time, the application for grant of registration will be deemed to have been approved. You have time limit, 7 days, Aadhaar ki 30 days. If he doesn't, Aadhaar authentication is said to be done. Or in case if he doesn't take action, you have applied. But in case it's taking too much time, it's deemed to be applied technically. Thus, in case of successful authentication of Aadhaar and no SCN being issued, show cause notice, asking for more details, registration will be deemed to be approved within 7 working days. Keep that in mind, 7 working days. However, if Aadhaar authentication is not opted for, Aadhaar authentication fails in validation, for whatever reasons, Aadhaar authentication is not successful, then PO deems it fit to carry out site verification. He will come to your business premise and check if you are there, if the company is there. A registration will be deemed to be approved within 30 days by tax official. Okay. Next, tax officer can issue SCN within 7 days for grant of registration in case of successful Aadhaar authentication. However, in case where taxpayer do not opt to provide Aadhaar when Aadhaar authentication fails, PO, okay, I think it's repeated. In both cases, supplicants can submit the reply within 7 days from the date of SCN. If he gives you a show cause notice asking for more details, you can reply within 7 days of the SCN. This is small concept of deemed approval. Next, quickly we'll move on to special provisions for grant of registration in case of NRTP and CTP. We'll quickly see what CTP and NRTP is. The provisions applicable to both CTP and NRTP are same. Conditions to be fulfilled or provisions are same. You need to know what is CTP, what is NRTP, right? Quickly, can someone read this from the screen?
Yes.
Casual taxable person means a person who occasionally undertakes transactions involving supply in a state where he has no fixed place of business.
What does that mean? You undertake a taxable supply, but you don't have a place, physical place, a fixed place of business in that place. For example, you are coming from Rajasthan, where you have a registration. You come to Bangalore for an exhibition, for example, but it's a taxable supply. Why will you take a full-fledged registration in Bangalore when you're coming here casually for a short duration of time? Yes or no? Because once you take a registration, even when you go back, till the time, even if you don't have any sales or transactions, you will still have to file nil returns, as we discussed during the regular class. Returns have to be filed irrespective of what's happening. So what is the point of taking a full registration and doing everything when you don't have a full-fledged business here? So in such case, you take something called as casual taxable person registration. You come for a short duration, you take a registration. Once that is done, your registration is said to be suspended or cancelled. You will then go back, right? This is called as casual taxable person. What is NRTP then?
Non-resident taxable person means any person who occasionally undertakes transactions involving supply of goods or services, whether as principal or agent or in any other capacity, but who has no fixed place of business or resident in India.
Similarly, as the name itself says, non-resident, he is not from India, is a taxable person. So if he is making any taxable supplies here, he will take an NRTP registration. Casual andre, who is the person who's where is he state of business stately, he has no place of business. NRTP who has come to India but again no place of business. In these cases, they are classified as CTP or NRTP. But in both cases, the special provisions remain the same. What is that? First, compulsory registration. They have to take a registration if they are involving in something or taxable supplies. Second, application for registration, minimum 5 days prior to commencement of business. So if I'm coming on, let us say September 10th, which is 10th, day after tomorrow, right? If September 10th, I am starting the business here, with 5 days prior to September 10th, I should file my application. One, right? Application 5 days here. Next, registration certificate issued valid for period specified in the application or 90 days, whichever is earlier. If I say 30 days, for example, 30 days I'm coming here, registration certificate will be valued for 30 days. If I say 100 days, what happens there? 90 days.
90 days.
That is the dates period specified or 90 days, whichever is earlier. However, after 90 days under 3 months. After 90 days, in case I still have to extend, extend, I can extend it after taking approvals from the respective commissioners to another 90 days. By another 90 days, I can take an extension in this case, both for CTP as well as NRTP. The most important point to note here is an advance deposit of tax equivalent to the estimated tax liability of such person for the period for which registration is sought. What does this mean? I will estimate that in this month I'm coming here casually, I'm making transactions worth 1 lakh. I'll be collecting tax worth 18,000 rupees. That 18,000 which I'll be collecting, I will have to deposit with the government in advance, so that I will not run away after collecting the money later. Okay, so I will have to estimate how much I make, because I will not know. I will estimate and I will pay that money upfront in advance itself. In case the actual turnover increases, I will pay the differential amount later. In case I've already paid more, I will take the money back. So that adjustment will be made. But these are the provisions. One is 5 days application, 90 days plus 90 days registration validity, advance deposit, you will have to pay. This is the concept of CTP and NRTP. So till 27 we saw, 28 is amendment, then cancellation, then revocation. Last 3 sections pertaining to this chapter. There are 2 categories. One is core fields and non-core fields. So what is important here is core fields. Because that is the crux of your business. Who are the directors? What is the main business you are doing? Other than core business. What are non-core fields? Not very important ones. Change in email ID, other the chick changes is there. You don't have to take permission from the officer to make changes to the non-core fields. But core fields means you will have to take a permission or approval. We'll see that. First, let us look at core fields. What are core fields? Again, technically 1 mark questions, or you should know the importance also, core and non-core fields. First point. What are core fields? name of the business. In case there is a change in the name of the business, you can't simply change and keep quiet. You will have to take approval. Legal name, if there is no change in PAN, that means the PAN is same, but you are changing the name. In such case, you can, this is called as core field amendment. What if there is a change in PAN? What happens then? There will be a change in GST number also, no? Yes or no? Yes or no,
Yes.
sir?
Yes,
sir.
Because as I told,
Sir.
GST number is PAN based. In case there is a change in your PAN, your GST number will also change. You will have to apply for a fresh registration then. So in case there is a change in the legal name, but no change in PAN, that is okay. Or addition or deletion of stakeholders. They are your directors or other authorities. Principal place of business, other than change in state. That means you're changing your business from Bangalore to Mangalore. It is okay. It's an amendment of core field. But if you're changing from Bangalore to Mumbai, it can't. Why? GST number, first 2 digits, state codes, yes or no? So if you're transferring from here to there, you will have to close here, take a fresh application there. Because 2 different states are involved. Or additional place of business, other than change in state. First item of core field. The taxable person has to apply for amendment within 15 days of the event necessitating the change. In case point number 1 happens, within 15 days, he has to apply for amendment. Next, what happens then? The proper officer then will approve the amendment within the next 15 days. He will take 15 days, then he will approve. If not, he will ask for more details. You give more details, then he will approve again. Such amendment shall take effect from date of occurrence of event warranting such amendment. Amendment applicable date will be a date of occurrence of the event warranting such change. The proper officer shall not reject the application for amendment without giving a chance to hear you. Without OOBH. Have you come across that somewhere? Opportunity of being law, you may have heard. OOBH, opportunity of being heard. He will first give you opportunity of being heard. Only then he may reject it in case he feels it is worth rejecting. The amendment will be effective prospectively from the date of submission of application for amendment on the common portal, except with order if it is prospective. Usually all these amendments are prospective, that is going forward, not retrospective. Change in PAN, is it allowed? Yes sir, no sir?
No, sir.
Why?
Yeah.
Because registration is PAN based.
PAN-based.
Fresh application has to be made. 1 more question possibly, keep in mind. Next, change in place of business from one state to another. Allowed? Yes sir, no sir?
No, sir.
No,
Why?
sir.
Because GS restrictions are state specific. In case of relocation of his business to another state, he must voluntarily cancel registration here, apply for the fresh registration there. Clear? Simple?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happens if the proper officer fails to take any action? You applied. What if he keeps quiet? What happens then? Within a period of 15 working days from the date of submission of the application, or within a period of 7 working days from the date of receipt of reply to the show cause notice. He will give you show cause notice asking for more details. You will reply. So reply to show cause notice 7 days. In case he doesn't respond, doesn't take any action, the certificate of registration shall stand amended to the extent applied for, and the amended certificate shall be made available to the registered person on the common portal. He doesn't take any action within this specified time, 15 days from the time you applied for change, or 7 days after he sent a notice you replied, it is deemed to be approved, right? Specific to that change only. Whatever amendment you would ask for, only that will be amended. So these are in case of change of name or stakeholders, place of business, etc. However, there are certain non-core fields, all other fields like name of day-to-day functionaries, email IDs, mobile numbers, etc. I lost my phone today. I will change it, take a new number. I will not take his approval to change that. These numbers I can change it. No approval of the proper officer is required. The amendment can be effected by the taxable person on his own on the common portal. How will he do it? Verify. It can be amended only on a verification through GST portal. So you make these amendments in the non-core fields and then you verify, you will get an OTP or DSC application will be there. It is done. No need to take approval of the proper officer. Simple. The last 2 provisions or sections are pertaining to cancellation or suspension of registration and revocation of cancelled registration. Okay. So first, circumstances where registration is liable to be cancelled. When can a registration be cancelled? Two parts. I think I have a table also written here somewhere. Yes. Okay. So I have written it in detail here, and I've also written in the form of a table, so we can go through both. So one is circumstances where a registration can be cancelled either suo motu by proper officer, that is on his own. Suo motu means on his own, or by the application of the registered person or his legal heirs in case of death of such person. Now, this is not applicable to you, but general problem what I've seen is my friend's younger brother passed away probably 2 years ago. He was only 25 and he passed away due to heart attack. So heart attack, don't think 50, 60 plus a always take care of your health, yoga, etc. Do it. Shetty sir would have told you already. Half a day, half an hour, compulsorily try practicing yoga, pranayams. Because 25 heart attack, it's become a joke nowadays. He had a business, some architect or some business, he had a valid GST number. Once he passed away, everyone kept quiet. After 1 year, he passed away 2 years. I think last year the officer came and told he has not filed his return, he has not paid the tax, he has given a notice. So in case something of this sort happens, the legal heir will cancel the registration. That is better to do than taking the risk later. Okay, in such case, legal heirs will take action, or else either the registered person himself can cancel, or suo motu by the proper officer. When can this be done? One, business is discontinued. Second, transfer fully, amalgamated with other entity, demerged, disposed, change in constitution of business, taxable person no longer to be liable to register under 22 or 24, or instance of voluntary registration, whatever. So in some cases where these are cases where either the registered person can voluntarily change or suo motu cancellation by registered proper officer. First category. We will also look at second category, then summarize both. Circumstances where proper officer can cancel the registration on his own. When are these? Registration can be cancelled by proper officer from such date, including any retrospective date as he may deem fit, after giving OBH, opportunity of being heard, if the registered person does all these. What are those? Does not conduct any business from the declared place of business. Your place of business is somewhere else. You are doing business from somewhere else also. Technically, legally, it's a crime doing this. Why? Because they want to know the place of business, because tomorrow they can give a surprise visit and see, check all the records as well. Okay, it's there in accounts and records, not in your syllabus, but you should maintain all the records also in the registered place of business itself, or soft copy, which should be made available. But if a registered business is somewhere else and you are doing business from somewhere else, he can cancel your registration. One. Second, issues invoice bill without supply of goods services in violation to the provisions of this act or rules. Simple. Violates anti-profiteering provisions, not specifically there for you, but in case anti-profiteering measures, if he does this, cancel. Violates the provision of Rule 10A, furnishing of bank account details. I also told you some time back, earlier when we took registration, bank account updation was not required. But now it has been made compulsory. In case you don't respond, you don't update your bank details there, he may cancel your registration. Okay. So now bank account details has been made mandatory. Furnishing of bank account details should be done. If not, he may cancel a registration as well. And once he cancel, again, he will have to apply for revocation later. Avails input tax in violation of provisions of section 16. I think a semester would have covered input tax. If you have a violation in availing input tax credit, furnishes the details of outward supplies in form GSTR1 under 37 for one or more tax period, which is in excess of outward supplies declared by him under 39 for the said tax period. What is 37? What is 39? 37 is GSTR1. Make a note quickly somewhere. It's there in the books, etc. 37 GSTR1. 38 was supposed to be GSTR2, which is not there now. They have struck it out from the GST Act as well. 39 is your final return or GSTR3B as of now. 39 1 But what they're trying to say is GSTR1 you are showing more output. In 3B, you are showing less output. For example, Ritvik showed 1 lakh as sale to Chinmay in GSTR 1, but he showed 70,000 in his GSTR 3B. Because GSTR 1 only shows 1 lakh or 1 crore. There is nothing. He will not pay any money there. But he will be paying money when he files GSTR 3B, yes or no? In such case, if that amount is less than shown in GSTR 1, then he may give you a notice as per explanation. This is also a new amendment. In case GSTR 1 amount is high, where you are showing details of outward supplies, the summary of which you are showing in GSTR 3B, if that is low, he can give you a notice asking for details. And if it is valid, it is fine. If not, he will take action. So in case he feels that GSTR 1 will just ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ 3B just because you don't have to make the payment, don't want to make the payment ಕಮ್ಮಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ he may cancel a registration if he thinks that something is wrong. He will not cancel directly. He will first send a notice, then he will cancel. That is what this point states. Violates the provision of rule 86B, 86 utilization. 86B was done recently, as recent as yesterday, a day before yesterday. Yes sir, no sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No sir. What is that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What is 86B?
Sir, in case monthly turnover is greater than 50 lakh, then the registered person should pay at least 1% of outward tax liability in cash.
In cash. So if the 50 lakhs ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಇದ್ರೆ what happens? You may have sufficient ITC, input tax credit ಇರಬಹುದು, but you will still have to pay 1% in cash. There are some exceptions as well. Yes or no? So if
Yes,
you
sir.
there are some exceptions to that. If you are a legal person as per income tax, you pay tax, etc. It's all there. Keep that point in mind. If he doesn't, then he may cancel the registration as well. Required to file return under 39(1) for each month or part thereof. 39(1) under 3B. Has not furnished returns for a continuous period of 6 months. If he is not furnished, he will cancel. Same thing here. Required to furnish return under proviso to 39(1) for each quarter and part thereof. Has not furnished continuous period of 2 months. So basically here they're talking about continuous period of 6 months. If you're filing monthly, 6 individual months. If you're filing quarterly, 2 tax periods, which will come up to 2 into 3, which is 6. So 6 months. If you have not filed, he will send a cancellation notice to you. It's quickly summarized here. Procedure for cancellation. Procedure is written here. Procedure for cancellation 1, where the registered person applies for cancellation. That is, I as a registered person, when I apply for cancellation, what happens? Registered person shall apply within 30 days of occurrence of the event warranting cancellation in prescribed form, furnishing the details of input held in stock or input contained in semi-finished goods held in stock. And I'll tell you why this is important. Okay. So he will first, within 30 days, he will file for cancellation in prescribed form. What will he also add? Furnishing the details of inputs held in stock or inputs contained in semi-finished goods held in stock and or capital goods held in stock on the date from which cancellation of registration is sought. Why is this sought? Can anyone tell me? You will cancel, fine. If I have a business, if I cancel my registration today for whatever reasons, can I cancel and keep quiet is the question. Why will they ask for inputs held in stock or inputs contained in semi-finished goods or capital goods held in stock on the date from which the cancellation of registration is sought? Why? Because if you look at the next point here, do you know or no? Yes sir, no sir?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because we would have claimed ITC on closing stock.
Yes. So if you look at the next point, it says liability thereon, that is on those payment, if any, made and relevant documents. That means we have a business. Once we purchase, so when Ritvik is purchasing from Naman, he purchased worth 1 crore from Naman. He took all his ITC and then he closed his business. What happens then? So that excess ITC which he has claimed, which is still with him, only when he sells it to Chinmay, he can utilize the ITC. But when he cancels, whatever is left with him, he will have to show that on the tax ITC which he has claimed, he will reverse that. he will pay that back, right? So this is the concept. That's why you have to give this details of inputs which is there as on the date of cancellation. That means we have claimed the input, but we have not shown it as output. We have not sold it. It is still with us. On those goods we have claimed tax. We have to reverse it. That is one. Okay. Next. Share this screen. Okay. In such case, proper officer shall issue the order of cancellation within 30 days of submission of application. So I'll apply within 30 days. He will issue order for cancellation in 30 days. This is the first situation where I apply for cancellation. Second, where proper officer cancels the registration. So PO shall issue SCN to the registered person who has to reply within 7 days. You already saw SCN kottaga. Within 7 days, we will usually reply. Proceedings shall be dropped if reply to SCN is satisfactory, one, or where instead of replying to SCN, person furnishes all pending returns and makes full payment of tax along with interest and late fee. That means when will he apply? When will proper officer cancel the registration? Let us say for non-filing of returns. So two situations may happen. One, if I reply to SCN and if it's satisfactory, if it is not for filing, very other provisions. For example, if he asks GSTR 1 lakh, GSTR 3 be 70,000, why? He will ask, he will send a cancellation notice because of this. If you respond, which is legally right, and if he is satisfied with that, the proceedings will be dropped. But in cases pertaining to, let us say, non-filing of returns, if you, without even replying to SCN, if you furnish all the returns, pay tax, interest, late fee, everything else, proceedings are said to be dropped. Yes, in the notice itself, he will tell you within 7 days or within 15 days, if you don't if you file it, it is deemed to be dropped. And in that application for cancellation only, he will tell you that if you file all the pending returns, make the balance payments, late fee, interest, including interest, late fee, etc., it's deemed to be withdrawn. The order which he has given you, cancellation order, is deemed to be withdrawn. So you either file tax or respond to show cause notice, proceeding shall be dropped. Next, cancellation of order shall be issued within 30 days of reply to SCN where registration is liable to be cancelled. So again, 30 days early, he will issue, after SCN, he will issue the cancellation order as well. This is the procedure for cancellation of registration. Simple. Important points we highlighted. This is okay. Next. Revocation of cancellation of registration, the last topic for this chapter under registration. What does revocation of cancellation of registration means? Your registration is cancelled. You are revoking the cancellation to make it active. Okay. So I've given you 5 points here pertaining to that. Summarized all that section in the 5 points. What are those? In case where registration is cancelled suo motu by the proper officer, that is on his own, taxable person can apply within 30 days plus 30 days by additional or joint commissioner and by 30 days by commissioner, right? So you have 30 days time to apply for revocation plus 30 days by ACIT or JCIT, that is additional or joint commissioner, and by 30 days by the commissioner. So 30 plus 30 plus 30. You have time of cancellation order requesting the officer for revocation of revoking the cancellation ordered by him. Don't think too much. Not there in your syllabus. That you will worry in your finals or later. For now, don't put extra worms in your head because that will only make it worse. You practice for now from exam point of view. Practical point of view, you still have to go through finals, articleship. You will learn there. Okay. So keep this point in mind. If the registration is cancelled, if you have to revoke it, then 30 days you have time, plus 30 days extendable by assistant or joint commissioner, additional or joint commissioner, plus 30 days by commissioner. Okay. Next. However, before so applying, the person has to make good the defaults for which the registration was cancelled. So in case he cancelled, but if you have to apply for revocation, you should make all the pending tax payments, returns to be filed, everything should be normal. Only then you can apply. If you have not filed the return, he has cancelled the registration, then you can't go and say, please revoke. He will say, you first file, then come back to me. Okay. So that means by filing all pending returns, making payment of all dues and so. Okay. So after you file the returns, after making payment of late fee, interest, etc., he will consider your application. There is one extra point I will explain after explaining these 5 points. If satisfied, the proper officer will revoke the cancellation order, cancellation earlier ordered by him if he is satisfied after your response. However, if the officer concludes to reject the request for revocation of cancellation, he will first observe the principle of natural justice, that is, opportunity of being heard, by issuing a notice to the person and hearing him on the issue. He is saying, tell me why it should not be cancelled, or why it should not be cancelled, the revocation, right? Then he will cancel it. However, there shall be deemed revocation of cancellation upon furnishing of pending GST returns, subject to conditions that the registration has not been cancelled by the proper officer under Rule 22. That means if the cancellation had happened, because we discussed here, right? This point here, where CN, all pending returns have to be filed, proceeding shall be dropped. That is what this says. Unless it is for some reasons where you have utilization, ITC utilization, you are violated. 1(3)(b) significant difference which you are not able to prove. In such case, it is not deemed. When is it deemed? Only in case of non-filing of returns. You make all the payments, you file all the returns, you are up to date. It is deemed to be revoked. Right? This is what this point says. You crime maadi revoke padi andre kodalla. But in case you file all the returns, it was cancelled because of non-filing of returns. In case you make the payment, you file the returns, it is deemed to be revoked. But one thing what the officer may keep in mind here. So this was the last point pertaining to this. Next comes the next chapter. So one thing which the officer may keep in mind is he will first check, have you filed all the returns? Have you filed all the returns? Yes, 1 point tick. Have you filed all the late fees? So what will be the issue here? Can you file the return by paying only tax without filing the late fees? Yes, sir, no, sir? Think. I discussed this during the regular class. We took an example also and discussed. I have 20,000 to be paid. Next month, I will pay only 20,000 as tax. Is that possible? No. This month I can pay. Late again I can pay. But when I pay the next month's return, portal will calculate. Due date was 20th. He paid on 25th. 5 days late fee auto-populate agirutte. You can't change that. Okay. Late fee will be auto-populated. So late fee, you can't escape that. It is there in the portal. You still have to compulsorily pay it. Interest payment is optional. As in, you should pay. That's what they say. But in many cases, it may not be auto-populated. In some cases, now they have started auto-populating also. You can change that as well. Change money, you can say, it will say there is a warning, computational differently, you are shown differently. All those issues may come up. But the officer will also see if you have paid the interest also properly or no, which will not be compulsorily updated in the portal in many cases. Nowadays, it has become compulsory. This was an issue back then. I have represented many clients pertaining to this case where I filed all the late fees and tax payments. I went to him. Revoke madi anta. He then told, interest katadra? No. You pay interest, then I will revoke. But now interest also there. So keep in mind, only when you pay the interest, late fee, balance tax, then file the returns, only then it is deemed to be revoked. Or else he will revoke it. Simple. This was about which chapter? Chapter number 9, which is registration. Simple. Now, what are the chapters pending from our end? Tax invoice, debit note, credit note, 1. Two important things to note there. 2 important amendments which you should note. Then after that,
Payment of
tax.
Payment of tax. Then
Returns.
Returns. Simple. Now, what I will do is payment of tax and e-invoice, debit note, credit note. I will finish. Then I will take a short break. Then I will take returns chapter. Now, returns chapter, I don't think you would have forgotten already. Yes, because registration was done long back. You may think yellow keldangidalva. But this returns, payment of tax and e-invoice, debit, credit notes, there is no way I think you have forgotten because we did it as recently as last month. So what I will do is explain with the help of one example, practically covering all the points, associated concepts as well, and with specific emphasis on your exam questions. Yes, exam will focus more on that. There are other points which are there. It is worth reading. That's it. Just read once. If they ask in MCQs, don't blame us. So you read once, right? So MCQ, they can pick from any point of the book as well. And general logical questions pertaining to this. That's why I was focusing more on MCQs as well during the registration chapter. Registration, I summarized it in detail because it was done long back, but other 3 chapters should be fresh in your minds. I will revisit the same examples which I used in class so that you can recollect better, right? So keep a book and pen in front of you, keep your revision materials in front of you, keep your study materials also in front of you. We'll take a quick 2-minute break, not more than that. It is 11:27 now in my laptop. 11:30 we'll start, 3 minutes. Sharp 11:30, don't run away. The reason is, it's been 1.5 hours. And I told you, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, just stretch and come back, Anta. Take some fresh air near the window, go to the washroom, fill your water bottles and come. Exactly 2 minutes. Now it's already 11:28. 11:30 sharp, we'll start. Yes? Don't
Yes,
run
sir.
away.
Thank you, sir.
Quick break. Chinmay, you're saying something?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Welcome back. So we'll finish 2 chapters, then take a 10-minute break, and then we look at the returns chapter. So instead of giving 1 break after 1.5 hours, we'll split into 2 short breaks, which is better. Now, other than finishing along with finishing these 3 chapters, we'll also look at some RTP questions and some previous year's paper as well. You will get to know what types of questions are asked and how you should answer as well. Okay, because questions can answer, you will know how to answer, and that you should keep in mind. So that we'll also see towards the end. Now, registration, we discussed that in detail because again, it was covered long back. But now the other 3 chapters will focus on important points only. Other points I will just go through, and other points I will ask you to read once from the book, from the materials as well. Okay. So because it was done as recently as the beginning of last month itself, right? It was done last month, it should be fresh. I will revisit the same examples, make it keep it same. Other things you can read once. Not so important ones, I will let you know which is that. You can go through that once. Let me share the screen. Yeah. Chapter 10. Okay, I think chapter numbers may be little here and there. Tax invoice, credit and debit notes. So focus will be on tax invoice. What is the credit note? What is the debit note? Validity, duration, etc. That's it. Who can raise a tax invoice? A registered person can only raise a tax invoice because of the word tax, or else it will be only invoice or bill of supply. Who can raise a tax invoice? Who is collecting tax? Who will collect tax? A registered person will collect the tax. So a registered person supplying taxable goods or services. So Naman supplying to Ritvik supplying to Chinmay in our example. They are supplying goods, they are registered persons. Receiving taxable goods or services from unregistered supplier. What does this mean? Who will answer? What does this mean?
Under RCM.
Correct. But how can you, as a person who's paying under RCM, raise a tax invoice?
Sir, self-invoicing.
It is a self-invoice, right? Because the condition of invoices, payment of tax, you need to have a valid invoice. If Ritvik purchased from Naman who is registered, it's all fine. Naman will give a tax invoice to Ritvik. But in case Naman was not registered and this is an RCM transaction, what happens in that case? Naman will not give a tax invoice. But for you to actually pay and claim credit, etc., you need to have a valid tax invoice. You will raise a self-invoice in that case. Yes, you will raise an invoice. You will keep the invoice. Based on that invoice, you will make the payment. Based on that invoice, you will take the ITC as well. Can you take ITC on this, on RCM payments? Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You can. So but the only catch here is for RCM transactions, SMS would have covered it. You will have to make the payment only in cash. And in GST, keep in mind, when I say cash, it is not hard cash. It is cash, bank, anything other than ITC. Okay, so when it comes to RCM transactions, payment has to be made in cash. You can't use ITC balance for that. So you pay cash here, you take ITC here. That is okay, but payment should be made in cash. So these persons will raise a tax invoice. Time limit for supply of goods, it is before removal of goods for supply, where supply involves removal of goods, or before delivery of goods for making available thereof to the recipient in any other case. That is removal of goods in case movement of goods, or delivery of goods or making available in case of other case. I think I discussed this example of you going to a market and you keeping the item there and it catching fire. Remember that example? So he gave you the goods, you kept it in the shop for some time because you wanted to do shopping in other shops as well. You wanted to continue shopping at other places, but this store caught fire and goods are destroyed. Can you say I didn't collect the goods, it is not my responsibility? No, because he had made available to you, you didn't collect it. So I gave an example of go down catching fire as well. He told you come and collect the goods, it is here, done. But if you don't collect and if the go down catches fire, he has made available to you, it is your risk. So keep that point in mind. Same logic applies here as well. Before delivery of goods or making available in case of this, or supply in movement of goods, removal of goods or supply. 2 points here. In case of supply of services, before or after the provision of service, but within 30 days from the date of completion of service. This was also covered in time of supply, I think. Yes. Insurers, bankers, FI, NBFC, the time limit is 45 days. So if I offer a service today, I can't issue invoice whenever I want. Within 30 days, I can issue the invoice. Maximum 30 days, I should raise the invoice in this case. Simple chart is given. Taxable supply, if it is goods, if it involves movement of goods at the time of removal. So if I have to transfer goods from here to there, at the time of removal. No movement of goods as such at the time of delivery, or sale on return supplies. Sale or return supplies, what happens in this case? This is important. Not important as such, keep this point in mind. Before or at the time of supply, or within 6 months from the removal, whichever is earlier. What does this mean? You transferred goods to someone, the sale is not confirmed. It is on sale or return basis. So he may, after 1 or 2 months, he may confirm it. But once he confirms, that means supply is done. Once he confirms. So at that point of time, when he confirms or rejects, if he rejects, he will give it back. If he confirms, he will continue to keep the goods. Supply is confirmed that date. Or if he keeps it with him and 6 months, he has not done anything. So 6 months is the limit. At the end of 6 months, it is deemed to be confirmed. You are supposed to raise an invoice there. Okay. So that's what it says here. At the time of before or at the time of supply, that means before he confirms, that is when the supply is said to be confirmed, or 6 months from the removal, whichever is earlier. After 6 months, it is deemed to be a taxable supply. In case of services, within 30 days from the supply of services or the actual invoice date. But in case of insurance, banking, etc., it is 45 days. This is what it is. In case of continuous supply of goods and in case of continuous supply of services, what happens? When should you issue a tax invoice? So where successive statements of accounts or successive payments are involved, the invoice shall be issued before at the time of each such statement is issued or payment is received. So when you issue a statement or when you get the payment, you give the invoice in that case, in case of continuous supply. If it is scheduled, for example, if the invoice is said to be given now, then and then, at that of the goods are also received, transferred, and if payment is also received, you will issue an invoice at that point of time. But in case of services, there are 3 categories here. 1, due date of payment is ascertainable from the contract. That means if its due date is specifically known, then on or before the due date of payment, you should raise the invoice. If it says within 30 days, you are supposed to make the payment to me. That means within 30 days, you are supposed to raise the invoice as well. Then take the payment. Second, due date of payment is not ascertainable from the contract. What happens in that case? If it is not specified, because it is continuous, no. Supply may happen at any point of time continuously. But if the due date of payment is not ascertainable, in such case, before or at the time where the supplier of service receives the payment, because it is not ascertained, when you get the payment at that point of time or before that point of time, you can raise an invoice. Next, payment is linked to the completion of an event. For example, when it comes to construction of house, for example, 10% is stage early, 20% this stage early, 30% is stage early. In that case, once that event is complete, invoice should be issued based on the percentage of completion. Okay. This is in case of continuous supply. It was also covered earlier. Just quick revision because it is there here. When the supply of services ceases before completion, what does this mean? It's a continuous supply of service, but supply of services ceases before completion. Completion munchane, if it terminates, what happens then? The invoice shall be issued at the time when the supply ceases. Stop at takshana, raise an invoice. Such invoice shall be issued to the extent of the supply made before such cessation. That means a stop avargu whatever supply was extent completion in it, till that point of time give an invoice. After ceasing, no. Our time only you give it till that point of time. Goods sent on return, sale of return basis, we just saw above some time back. Before, at the time of supply, or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Right? 6 months time is there. You confirm or no. If you confirm before 6 months, very good. Supply is confirmed, sale is confirmed. If you don't, then 6 months admele, you're supposed to raise an invoice. It is deemed to be confirmed in that case. Next, particulars of a tax invoice. What do we have here? They have not given a fixed format as such, but they only told you what should be there in a tax invoice. We quickly run through name, address, and GST of the supplier. Now, if Ritvik is selling to Chinmay, Ritvik's name, Ritvik's address, Ritvik's GST number should be there. A consecutive serial number in one or multiple series not exceeding 16 characters containing alphanumeric, etc. Unique for financial year. For example, GST/01, GST/0203. It should be serial number not more than 16 characters. The invoice number, date of its issue, date of invoice irbeku, details of recipient, the recipient's details. If the recipient is registered, you will have to write the name, address, and GST number compulsorily. But if the recipient is not registered and if the value is more than 50,000, what do? Name and address of the recipient, name and state, and name of state and state code. Even though he is unregistered, but because the value is more than 50,000, we'll write the name, address, and state code as well. Okay. Last point is, if unregistered and value is less than 50,000, they say write the name of recipient, other details are not required. But in this case, not many are following this rule as well. Because take an example of you going to hotel. Will you ask for your name to be written in the bill? Masala dosa, 100 rupees, right? Tell your name. Anta. No, because it is unregistered and value is also less than 50,000. Even though name is supposed to be written, mostly it is not written. But in your case, name should be written in the, keep it in mind. Okay. HSN of goods and services. Harmonized system of nomenclature. That is, each good and service will have a specific HSN or SSC code associated with that. For example, this earbuds, HSN code irbodu, mobile phones undirutte, earphones undirutte, pen, book, whatever it is. Each product will be associated with an HSN or SAC, service accounting code. That HSN code will have the rate. Right? So nowhere it says pen 5%. They will say pen HSN code is this, either the rate is this and that. So if you have to identify the rate, we'll have to go through that list of goods and services. We'll get the rates there and that. So in case of turnover more than 5 crores, you will have to write 6 digits of the HSN code. First 6 digits, right? In case of less than or equal to 5 crores, 4 digits should be written. There are HSN will have 8 digits actually. 8 digits ಅಲ್ಲಿ 5 crore ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ರೆ write 6 digits. So ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ heading, chapter, sub-chapters ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. First 4 digits will be in a broad level. Next 2 digits on a sub-detail level. Last 2 digits will be very specific. E color, A color, E kgs, that will be the last 2 kgs. It is not very relevant as such. So first 6 digits, we will get to know what the product is. So in case of more than 5 crores, 6 digit requirement of HSN. Less than 5 crores, 4 digits. Yes, more than 5, 6 digits, less than 5, 4 digits. The only exception is B2C sale. It is optional. In case it's a B2C sale, business to consumer sale, it is optional of writing the HSN 4 digits, not compulsory as such, it is optional. By now, I hope you know what is B2B and B2C. Yes, sir, no, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As we also discussed in my class, also SMS would have briefly told, registered person to registered person, B2B, registered to unregistered, B2C, as simple as that. What else will be in written? Description of goods or services. What is the good about? Quantity, taxable value, tax rate, tax amount, total value. What's the difference between taxable value and total value? Taxable value is the value on which you are charging the tax. Tax rate 18%, tax amount 18,000. Total value is taxable value plus tax. We call it total value or total invoice value as well. Right? This is applicable. E-way, keep this point in mind. Total value. E-way, it will be a tricky point. So taxable value on which you collect tax. Total value is including tax. That will also be written. So you should write taxable value separately. Description, taxable value, tax rate, tax amount, and total amount as well. Place of supply in case of interstate supply. If it's transaction between 2 states, write the place of supply as well. Address of delivery where same is required, different from the place of supply. Bill to ship to transactions, write those details as well. Whether the tax is payable on reverse charge basis. You can write whether tax is payable on reverse charge, yes or no. If you say yes, that means you will not collect any tax. If you say no, that means you are collecting tax and paying. One line, we'll write it here as well. Signature and quick response code having embedded invoice reference number in it in case e-invoice has been issued. This has to be written in the invoice. In case if e-invoice is issued and if condition is fulfilled, quick response code QR code has to be written here. What is that? We'll see a little later. So invoice QR code gottalla when you scan, that will also be printed in the e-invoice. That details will be written here. More on that we'll see a little later. Okay, next. The taxpayer is exempted from mandatory requirement of e-invoicing. That is, if you are exempted from compulsorily issuing e-invoice, are required to provide a declaration on the tax invoice stating that though their aggregate turnover exceeds the notified aggregate turnover for e-invoicing, they are not required to prepare an e-invoice. That means there are certain conditions. Ishtu turnover idre invoice has to be given. There's some exceptions to that also, right? So in case you fall under that exception, you will have to write a note saying that even though we classify, we are applicable turnover crosses this amount, we are not required to prepare e-invoice. Just make a note of that. Okay. Next, issuing invoice in case of goods, triplicate. In case of services, duplicate. One for recipient, one for supplier will be there. Goods idre duplicate for transporter. So original for recipient, duplicate for transporter, triplicate as backup for me. In case of services, no transporter will be there. So original for recipient, duplicate for supplier. Last point here, serial number of invoices issued during the tax period shall be furnished electronically through common portal GSTR1. We saw any invoice we issue, invoice wise details has to be mentioned in the return under GSTR1. In case of B2B, in case of B2C, invoice wise details not required, the total aggregate is okay. Next, e-invoicing. Here, I hope you have a paper and pen right next to you. E-invoicing has been introduced, okay, whatever, for B2B invoices. Again, as I say, it's only for B2B. If it's B2C, we will not usually. Key features. Again, I've summarized the entire provision of invoicing in some 7 bullet points here. Once you observe this, keep on track of the 7 points, e-invoicing chapter is done. I've summarized everything in the 7 points itself. All registered businesses with aggregate turnover based on PAN in any preceding financial year from 1718. Very important. Since 1718, yavde year alli, if your turnover crosses a certain limit, you are supposed to have e-invoicing. Greater than 10 crore. Either underline madi, make a note also in your books. Because previous version of the books, it says 20 crores. Because our time only 20 crore was applicable. Right? Make a note specifically, e-invoicing applicability for your exam, November exam, that is 10 crore. Clear? Actually, if you see from last month, there is one more notification issued where they have made it 5 crores. Don't get confused, don't bother. And last year, it was 20 crores. So that's why the book says 20 crores. Applicable from October 2022, it has become 10 crores. So for your exam, it is applicable as 10 crores because 30th April they have considered. So 10 crore cross adre e-invoicing is applicable. Clear with that? Put a star also next to that. One marker as well, maybe asked here. E-invoicing is not voluntary. It is not voluntary. Only notified persons are enabled to report invoices on IRP, Invoice Registration Portal. Okay. What happens then? E-invoicing is not generation of invoice by the government portal. It is not your generating one invoice and taking it with you. You will upload your, so what happens is you will continue to create GST invoices on your own accounting portal. You will have a normal invoice. You will then, as per the invoice scheme, whatever is there, you will generate an invoice. You will then be reporting that to IRP. And once you report to IRP, whatever details you have, once you report to IRP, you will get an invoice reference number. Simple. So what is the procedure? You will prepare an invoice in your portal. You will then upload it in the IRP, invoice processing portal. Portal upload madadmele, you will get an IRN, invoice reference number, which is a 64-digit number. We'll see that later, right? So it's not that you upload and you generate one and keep it. You will upload, sign agi on the IRN barutte, that is valid. So we'll go step by step. Taxpayers will continue to create the GST invoices on their own accounting billing systems as per the invoice scheme, whatever we have discussed now. These invoices will then be reported on IRP. On such reporting, IRP will generate a unique IRN, invoice reference number, digitally sign it and return it to e-invoice. Return the e-invoice to the supplier. So IRN bandhu, unique signature bandhu, it will come back to you. This is a unique reference number, hash in Karitivi, generated and returned by IRP on successful registration of e-invoice. E-invoice IRN is a 64-character hash. Randomly 673CHZZ number alphabet 64 digit shuddha number barutte. That is the 64-digit IRN. So there is a small conflict here. What is that? Invoice number. If you saw earlier, when it comes to normal tax invoice, it said not more than 16 digits. Remember? Yes, sir, no, sir? Normal invoice we say 16 digits, but e-invoicing applicability bandaga, it's a 64-digit IRN. Alphanumeric. Keep that point in mind. Okay. Is this in your control, IRN number? No. But that 16-digit code was in your control. Sequentially serial number, you have it in your control. IRN generated automatically and given to you. Yes, sir? No, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next. A GST e-invoice will be valid only with a valid IRN. IRN illa anta, it is not a valid e-invoice. So that is the meaning of this. So invoices, credit notes, debit notes when issued by notified persons to registered persons for the purpose of exports are covered under e-invoice. So invoice guno, credit notes as well as debit notes, we have to have this e-invoices covered here. Not only invoice here, but also for credit notes and debit notes as well. Okay. So there are some 8 advantages given. We'll not bother about much, but we'll just quickly go through. Auto reporting of invoices into GST return. So once you upload it in the e-invoice portal, because you will write all the details there pertaining to you and the recipient as well, it will automatically come in the GST return. Correct? It will automatically appear in your GST return as well. Auto generation of e-way bill. Instead of illu kottu allu kodabodu, e-way bill automatically generate a facility there. Substantial reduction in transcription errors. Illondu copy maddaga allondu, all these issues will not come. Early payment. Because if you don't have a valid return invoice, if you give it to him, there may be cases where the payment will be delayed to you. Small advantage there. Cost reduction, because direct invoice there is no duplication. Separate model, pay more for him to get it done. Improved efficiency of business, reduction of tax evasion, elimination of fake invoices. Common points. What is reduction of tax invoices? The tax evasion, sorry. Because once it is there, it is confirmed with the portal as well. You can't hide the invoice as such. First of all, in GSTR 1 and 2A to below, it's difficult to hide now, because if you have to claim credit, I will have to upload and pay tax. That is there. But it very less chance of having evasions when you have e-invoicing specifically, because there is automatic track. Fake invoice watch there. You can't simply have some random invoice and take ITC on this, because it is there registered, only then you can claim. So fake invoice have reduced. That is the advantage of e-invoices to know. Let us look at some situations where e-invoices are applicable. Can someone read this out one by one?
Yes, sir. Situations in which e-invoices are applicable. Supply of goods and or services to a registered person by notified person, B2B supplies. Applicability, it's applicable.
Why? Because it is notified person and it is a registered person and it's a B2B supply. So it is applicable. Next.
Exports by notified persons is also applicable.
Applicable. So mostly they say e-invoicing is for B2B and exports. So in such case, it is applicable. Next.
Supplies made by notified person, tax on which is payable under reverse charge under section 9.3.
Applicable. 9.3 is compulsory reverse charge. 9.4 is unregistered to registered. I hope you remember. It was done day before yesterday. In such case, it is applicable. So the following 4 cases, it is not applicable. Which are those? B2C supplies by notified persons. Even though you are notified. B2C is not applicable. Next, invoice issued by input service distributor. Not applicable. Where services categories received by notified persons from unregistered person attracting reverse charge through import of service, again not applicable. Import of goods, bill of entry, not applicable. So what is the summary then? Yav applicable. Notified person, exports, B2B or supplies made by notified person. 9.3 idra applicable. 9.4 imports, ISD, B2C, not applicable. Clear? However, there are certain exemptions from e-invoicing irrespective of the turnover. Turnover 10 crores idruno, jasti idruno, exemptions are given. What are those? Special economic zones. Special economic zones, e-invoice not applicable. Insurer, banking company, financial institutions, including NBFC, where the transactions may be in terms of quantity, number, vast, exempted. GTA, supplying services in relation to transportation of goods by road and goods carriage. GTA idre exempt. Supplier of passenger transportation service exempt. Individual ko na e-invoicing right? person supplying services by way of admission to exhibition of cinematography, films, and multiplex screens. So movies, it is exempt from e-invoice. The last one, questions will be asked on this again if they ask. Government department and local authority, turnover 15 crores there. Are they e-invoicing applicable to them or no? What is the answer? Answer is no. Why? Because
No, sir.
specifically exempt. That's why written in bold. Why? Recent notification. That is government department, local authority, e-invoicing not applicable. Yes, so this may be a question. Now, one more thing to keep in mind is they are giving this as a category of person. Yes, so GTA, andre GTA e-invoice madalla. What if I'm a GTA also having something else, some other business? In such case, our business gunu e-invoicing will not be applicable. Keep this point in mind. What I'm saying? Understanding? Yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes, sir.
GTA,
Yes, sir.
general blanket, GTA ge baralla. But along with GTA services doing something else also, then again, because he is classified as GTA e-invoicing baralla, aduku baralla. Yes, simple. Okay, so in case, and a simple note given here, the above taxpayers exempted from the mandatory requirement of e-invoicing are required to provide a declaration. That is, now turnover jasti idruno, we are not required to generate an invoice. Okay. Look at the 2 points. I've already discussed this. The said exemption from generation of invoice is for the entity as a whole. GTA and the entity, entire GTA entity, not for GTA activity. So person providing GTA activity, that company ge applicable, not for that specific GTA activity, that exemption. So said exemption from generation of invoice is for the entity as a whole and not restricted by the nature of supply being made by the said entity. Simple. There is no requirement to carry the physical copy of tax invoice in case e-invoice has been generated. E-invoice idre, that is okay. Physical copy not required. Okay. Next, QR code. What is QR code? Every invoice, e-invoice, upon successful registration, QR code will be generated. It will return a signed invoice with the supplier with a QR code. IRN is embedded with the QR code. So QR code will also be written there. What will the QR code be there? QR code consists of the following e-invoice parameters. If someone scans the QR code, all details can be seen. What can be seen there? GST of supplier, recipient, invoice number, in date of invoice, invoice value, taxable gross, number of line items, HSN, unique invoice reference number, date of generation of IR. Ishtu will be there in the QR code. Simple, it will be linked to the invoice. QR code details will be there. There's something called as dynamic QR code. What is this? I think you may have covered this. I am not very sure. If you're all B2C invoices, again, keep this in mind. It is for B2C invoices issued by registered person whose aggregate turnover in any financial year from 17-18, just like invoice, 10 crores. Here it is 500 crores. Any B2C invoices issued by registered person 17-18 onwards. But if the turnover is 500 crores, I will have to give a dynamic QR code. What is dynamic QR code? It is dynamic, individual, specific to the invoice as well. I, as a recipient of this invoice, can simply scan the QR code, make the payment also to you. What I'm saying? So, adrali, just by scanning that, amount will also be written there. I will simply scan that QR code, make the payment as well. Why is it written here? To encourage online payments, one, and somehow to build a link between the seller and the buyer, and link between the invoice and the payment. What I'm saying? If there are 500 B2C payments which I receive, you give me cash, you give me online, how will I track that? So if I have to track it invoice wise, dynamic QR code helps in that case. That is the concept of dynamic QR code. What should you keep in mind? Turnover exceeds 500 crores B2C invoice, I will have a dynamic QR code. The purpose of this provision is to enable and encourage digital payments where buyer can scan the dynamic QR code and make the payment from mobile wallet directly. Already discussed. Okay. Non-applicability of requirement of dynamic QR code. When is it not applicable? Not applicable. A dynamic QR code is not applicable to an invoice issued by unregistered person by the following suppliers. So I am issuing to unregistered suppliers. That is the case, but there is exemption to that. What is that? if it is insurer or banking company or financial institution, including NBFC. 1. Goods transportation agency, supplier of passenger transportation service, person supplying services, cinematography, film, etc. Supplier of online information and database access, OIDR services. No dynamic QR code in case of exports. So these provisions were already there earlier. E-invoice go same ittu. One extra is OIDR service and exports idre dynamic QR code barala. E case barala. So extra. So 4 plus these 2. Parameters, details to be captured in the dynamic QR code. Again, just like how normal QR code, dynamic QR code will supplier GST number, supplier UPI ID, because that will go to his UPI ID. No? Payee's bank account and IFSC, invoice number and invoice date, total invoice value, GST amount with breakup. Okay. So for further such dynamic code should be in such that it's scanned to make a digital payment. We've already seen this. So by making this payment, dynamic QR code, we should get all these details here. Who is the supplier, on the UPI ID, So Payee's bank account. Pay means the supplier only. His bank account IFSC, invoice date. So somehow there should be a mechanism to track the payment to the invoice and his bank directly. Link back. That is what they're trying to establish through dynamic QR code. Okay. Now, other parts of this chapter have summarized and written under special cases. So you need to know this. Okay. Revised tax invoice. What does this mean? We discussed it earlier, registration only. I am registered now. I am not registered now. Once I become registered, once I am liable to be registered, within 1 month, I should take a registration, apply for a registration. Yes, sir, or no, sir?
Yes, sir.
So within 1 month of me being liable to register, I should take a registration. So concept of revised tax invoice is for this interim period between the date of liable to be registered and the actual date later. So what does it say? A registered person who has been granted registration with effect from the date earlier than the date of issuance of certificate of registration to him may issue tax invoice. That means earlier than the date of issuance of certificate. On the registration grant agide. In such case, gap again, he can issue revised tax invoice. Such invoices shall be issued against the invoice already issued during the said period. Okay. We issued a normal invoice because at that point of time, even though we were eligible to get a GST number, we still had not got a GST certificate. We gave a normal tax invoice. Against those invoice, we can give a tax invoice now. Revised tax invoice shall be issued within 1 month from the date of issuance of certificate of registration. Once we get the certificate, within 1 month, we'll issue a revised tax invoice. The concept is simple. You are not registered, now you are gap again for the invoice issued, issue a revised invoice. Simple. Yes or no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Consolidated revised tax invoice in certain cases. What are those cases? A revised consolidated tax invoice may be issued within 1 month from the date of registration as follows. What are those? For each interstate, various state, B2C taxable supplies, state-wise consolidated revised invoice. See, B2B, it makes sense to give a tax invoice. Yes. B2C, what is the use? For example, you went to hotel to have masala dosa. He was not registered. Then he became registered. Will he give you a phone call and say, come, I'll give you revised tax invoice? There is no use for B2C. In such case, he will issue a consolidated revised invoice. Okay. That is in interstate plus 2.5 lakhs, state-wise consolidated revised invoice. 1. Next. Interstate up to state-wise. Interstate B2C more than 2.5 lakh, recipient-wise state invoice, revised invoice. So what do we discuss now? Both interstate 2.5 lakhs kelagidre total, state-wise total. If it's more than 2.5 lakhs, recipient-wise revised invoice. Even though he is not registered, because it goes to exceeds 2.5 lakhs, I should give recipient-wise revised invoice because of the amount greater than 2.5 lakhs. For all intra-state B2C supplies, irrespective of the amount, consolidated revised invoice. Simple. I will summarize. Interstate up to 2.5 lakh, state-wise total. Interstate more than 2.5 lakh, recipient-wise invoice, revised invoice. All intra-state, irrespective of the amount, total of revised invoice. As simple as that. Clear? This is the concept of revised tax invoice. There is also a concept of consolidated tax invoice. That means instead of issuing, in case of your masala dosa transaction, let us say 53 of you are here, let us say 52 of you, plus some people watching on YouTube, if any. If you go to a hotel and eat masala dosa, he may not give you a bill as well. He has a provision in GST where it says if the value is less than 200, there is no need to give a tax invoice unless you demand. What I'm saying? You can demand. If you demand, he can't say no, 200 rupees provision. No, he can't say that. The provision says if it is less than 200 rupees, and if you don't demand an invoice, in such case, instead of giving 200, less than 200 individual entries, at the end of the day, he will issue a consolidated invoice. What I'm saying? Let us look at the conditions here. Again, one marker maybe in this case. One marker. A registered person may not issue a tax invoice if value of goods or services both supplied less than 200 rupees. One, the recipient is unregistered. Again, B2B, no option. Compulsory invoice has to be given. This is for B2C. So less than 200, B2C, and the recipient doesn't require such invoice. In such case, he can prepare a consolidated invoice at the end of the day and keep it. So instead, such registered person shall issue consolidated tax invoice for such suppliers at the close of each day in respect of all such taxable supplies. Chinmay, you have a point?
Just for clarification's sake, so this is where we all are going together, but each person is ordering a masala dosa worth 45 rupees. Since it is lesser than 200, instead of giving each person the same bill with GST, he's going to prepare a consolidated bill with GST at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
What happened here is that a bill value of goods supply 200. So if it is one bill, it is okay. But because it is, second point is B2C, you go individually, you go as a whole. First of all, it is B2C. And if it less than 200, it is okay. But if the value is more than 200, so instead of giving 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, if he adds everything and gives, he will not fall under this criteria. So he can give a total bill which is more than 200. That is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yes. The point here is instead of giving small bills of 200, even the point here is even if we make some fraud here, 200 he will take, we discussed that now during a regular class. He will take the money from you, put it in his pocket. Government says 200 is mosa madakagutte. So small amount he will ignore. So that's the general rule there. But provided it is B2C, less than 200, you as a customer don't demand an invoice. Only in that case I can issue consolidated invoice. But the moment it cross 200, he should give an invoice in that case.
Yes, sir.
Next point. It's already 12:10. Nice. So this option is not available to supplier engaged in making supply of services by way of admission to exhibition of cinematography films multiplex. Our applicable illa, or individually he will give. Then he can't say consolidated, I will give a tax invoice to you. He will give individual invoice here. Other documents issued. So this is a summary of all other documents which we issue. When do we issue bill of supply? Who will answer? First.
When I'm
On the screen.
doing composition, under composition scheme.
Yeah. So under composition scheme, he will not issue a tax invoice because he will not collect tax. Yes or no? Composition means I will compute the turnover, pay the tax from my pocket. So I will not be collecting anything from someone else. So in such case, I will issue bill of supply, or if I am supplying exempt goods, the tax sale. So I will issue bill of supply instead of tax invoice. What is invoice cum bill of supply? If I have taxable and exempt supply to B2C customer, I will issue invoice cum bill of supply. Receipt voucher, when is it used? On receipt of advance payment. So if I receive any advance payment, I will give a voucher saying I have received the money from you. Just a confirmation there, receipt voucher. Refund voucher, that means I collected the money. I didn't issue a service. I didn't give the service. I will give back the money to him. So in such case, I will return that. So if no supply is made after collecting an advance, I will give back the money. I will refund the money. These are just confirmation documents. If I receive money, just to confirm that I have received the money, because I will not give an invoice yet. No, I only received advance from you. Because I can't give an invoice because the service is not complete, I will just give a receipt voucher to you saying I have received the money. Refund andre, I took it, but I didn't offer service. I am giving it back. invoice and payment voucher. This is in case of RCM. Okay, payment voucher. Because I have made the payment to him, to the unregistered supplier. So I will issue payment voucher. He is not giving a tax invoice. I will have an invoice and payment voucher. Keep it for my reference that I made the payment to him. For RCM cases, this is. Delivery challan. For supply of these transactions, delivery challan will be issued. Just go through once. Goods transported in semi-knockdown condition, SKC, or in batches. Okay, very batches. Invoice before dispatch of first consignment. Delivery challan and invoice with every consignment, original invoice with the last consignment, right? So with every consignment, I will send the delivery challan and invoice. Original invoice I will share with the last consignment. Just it is there. Just go through once. Idella yenenirutte, yavaga delivery challan is given. Just go through once. This was about tax invoice. Next, we will look at credit and debit notes. Okay. Now here, I've already discussed, so we'll take the same example and let us see if you can understand or no. And at that point of time, I told you something, but now I will change something, whatever I told. Yes, now this change thing will not forget because I told you. I had given you clarification also at that point of time why this is that, Anta. But now, from an exam point of view, with that notification, I will tell you what the change is. You can never make that old mistake. Okay. What is a credit note? Who can issue a credit note? Don't look at the book or read the book. Look at me. I don't know when you will see me next, maybe next revision class. So look at me and answer. When will you issue credit note? In your own words. When? What happened? Not able to hear?
He's trying to answer, but we can't hear him.
Okay, someone is trying to answer. We can't hear. Someone else? You have an option of unmuting, no? Chinmay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Try in your own words. I want to hear from you. You can't forget this.
Sir, when there is a quantity discount or a cash discount in the invoice, and if the customer avails it after a few orders, and the seller has to reduce his value of debtors from his books, he will issue a credit.
And this you studied maybe on Wednesday, day before yesterday, Wednesday. Post discount unta. Post cash
Yes,
discount, you make the payment. Then for the differential amount, you can raise a credit note. We gave an example of Ritvik to Chinmay also in my class, right? What did we discuss? Ritvik sells goods to Chinmay. If Chinmay returns goods, or if there is a mistake in the invoice, we have two options. One is go back, amend the invoice in the next month. As in go back as in select that same invoice, amend in the subsequent months, or issue a credit or debit note. Simple. That credit or debit note will be like net off. So total amount minus or plus credit or debit note, final amount. So it's like an adjusted amount. So what, when, what are the provisions? We will look at it now. Issuance of credit note. During the course of trade or commerce, whatever, the supplier, in my example, Ritvik, supplier has erroneously declared a value which is more than the actual value of goods. Instead of declaring 100, he declared 1000. Yes. Will Chinmay pay 1000 just because Ritvik wrote 1000 in the invoice? No chance, right? So in such case, where the value written is more than the actual invoice. Example is in writing 1000 instead of 100. One. Supplier has erroneously declared higher tax rate than what is applicable for the kind of goods. Instead of writing 100 plus 5, Ritvik wrote 100 plus 18. Again, just because Ritvik wrote 18, will Chinmay pay 18% to him? No. The quantity received by the recipient is less than what is declared in the tax invoice. Ritvik said, I sold 10 markers to you, 10 pens to you. Ritvik said, I got only 8. Will Chinmay pay? Sorry, Chinmay said, I got only 8 out of 10. Will Chinmay still pay for all 10 items? No, she will pay only for 8. So for those two cases, or the quantity of goods or services both supplied is not to the satisfaction of recipient, thereby necessitating a partial or total reimbursement. Chinmay says, the 2 markers or pens you sent, Ritvik, no use, take it back. Low quality, I will not pay you this money. In such case, who will issue credit note? Ritvik will issue credit note. It is issued by the registered person. So Ritvik will issue a credit note to Chinmay to that extent of extra amount or return or whatever. So what happens? Actual invoice value plus or minus credit note, final value. That's how it will work. Yes. In order to regularize these kind of situations, supplier is allowed to issue a document called as credit note to the recipient. Ritvik will give it to Chinmay. Don't expect Chinmay to give it along with the return goods. Ritvik should give it to Chinmay. Once the credit note has been issued, tax liability of supplier will reduce. I told you it's like an automatic setup. Minus original invoice may have 100, in 100 badlu 1000 Ritvik. Once he gives a credit note for 900 rupees, it will automatically be set off. It will be 1000 minus 900, balance will be 100. That is the power of credit note. Yes. Next, issue of debit note. What is this? Exactly ulta of what we discussed. In credit note case, keep it in mind. Invoice only we wanted to collect more, but realistically we collect less. To that difference, we give credit note. But invoice only there is less, but we have to collect more. We will give a debit note. Simple. Invoice only kammi torsidu jasti torsi we have to collect less andre we give credit note. What is the meaning of debit? Usually trade receivables, right? You can keep it in mind. We are supposed to receive from someone. Invoice only kammi iddu, treat it like a trade receivable, debtors tara. You will issue a debit note to them. We will receive the money from them. Debtors tara, you can keep it in mind. If you are confused, what is credit note, what is debit note? Once we issue a debit note, we are supposed to receive that money from them. Invoice may have 100, but actually it was 1000. Will Chinmay pay 100 or 1000 then? Based on actual amount, which is 1000. But invoice is 100 either. So Ritvik will issue one more debit note with 900 rupees, which will then be added to the original invoice. 100 plus 900 will be the final 1000 that Chinmay will pay. Right? I've summarized this in the form of a chart as well. You can see here where taxable value or tax. First one, look at the top one. Charge in the tax invoice is greater than amount payable or goods returned or services found deficient. Taxable person, Ritvik, will issue a credit note. Next point, Melgade. No credit note if incidence of tax and interest of supply has been passed on to other person. So Chinmay has got that invoice. She has also passed it on, claimed ATC, etc. In such case, if it's not reversible, you can't issue a credit note. Or second point, very important, make a note here. A credit note can be declared in GST return up to what date? 30th November, following the end of financial year of supply or date of annual return, whichever is earlier. This is the amendment. What is that, Andre? Last time we had discussed September return antittu. Is that return for the period of September if you file in October, or September return file madagli? All these confusions were there. What did the government do? Because September return may be extended to November 20, 22nd, 25th. There can be many extensions. Again, because there's a link to that, government told no, nothing doing. Amendment 30th November. That's all. By 30th November, you claim it, right? So it was earlier September return or date of annual return. Put a star mark, amendment. So questions may be asked on this. Now, for issuing credit debit notes, it is 30th of November following the end of financial year. That means for 22-23, which is already done, due date is 30th November of 23, end of that year. For 23-24, this year, which we are currently in now, due date will be 30th November 2024. Yes. Second category, where taxable person charged in the tax invoices less than the amount payable, we issue debit note to recover that extra money. Simple. That is the concept of tax invoice, debit note, and credit note. Simple. Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
In case you say no, sir, no problem. Tell me, I'll repeat once again. Okay. No, sir is not a crime as such because it is your final, not final. We have an exhaustive revision. In case anything is pending clarification, ask. We will discuss it. Okay. Next chapter is what? E-waybill. Yes, it's a short chapter. We'll quickly finish it off. E-waybill, I'll focus only on the main points. There are some fine details. Just read. Go through the study material also once. Just read once. After this, the last chapter will be returns. Now, the plan is to finish by 1 p.m. It is 12:22. Return E-waybill will finish quickly in probably 5 to 10 minutes. Then we will look at returns. Okay. So registration, we did it exhaustively because it was a while since you had done registration. Tax invoice, debit, credit note, it was done as recently as last month, but we covered everything here. E-way bill and returns were also done recently last month, but that doesn't mean we ignore it. We still will revise it. Okay. Now, before we move on to this revision, let us take quick 2-minute break because one chapter is done. Why? Because again, all of us are drinking too much water. You know what is the consequence of drinking too much water? No. So we'll quickly take a short 2-minute break. It's 12:22. 24 will be back. You can just use the washrooms, fill in your water cans, take some ventilation. If you take good fresh air, you will not feel sleepy. You will feel sleepy. So open the windows, take some fresh air, come back. 12:23 in my laptop. 12:25 we will restart. Don't go anywhere. Come back. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir.
Hi, sir.
Hi, welcome back.
Hi, sir.
Hi,
Long-
sir.
Long time no see.
Long time no see, sir.
We missed you, sir.
Yeah, same here. Hope to meet you soon. I have met few people in my BCR batch. I think Naman was there. Achal, who
Online.
else were there?
No, sir.
Okay. Anyways, we'll meet again. Don't worry. Next Habba.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall we resume?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Understanding everything. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತುಂಟಾ ಚಿನ್ಮಯಿ?
అవునండి, sir.
Okay. Let us share. ತುಳು ಬರ್ಪುಜಿ ಒಕ್ಕಡೆ ಪಾತ್ರ.
ఒక్కడే. ఓహో.
Okay. E-way bill. Ignore the chapter number. E-way bill. Simple. Here, what does this mean? It's a document which confirms the transportation of goods from one place to another. As simple as that. You stop the share. Simple concepts to keep in mind. Value 50,000, E-way bill applicable. If the value is more than 50,000, E-way bill is applicable. There are some restrictions, conditions, etc. My question to you is, don't look at the books, don't read from there. I'll simply ask a question. This is how you should use your brains. I am selling this phone, for example, which cost, let us say, 48,000. Phone's value is how much? 48,000. Let us say what is 48,000 into 28%, 13,000. Okay, 13,000 is the tax. For simplicity's sake, let us say 10,000 is the tax on that. 48,000 is the value of phone. 10,000 is the tax charged on this phone by me. What is the total? 58,000. Yes or no, sir? Simple.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Is E-waybill applicable or no? Simple. Don't look at the
No,
book.
sir.
Value of this phone is 48,000. 10,000 is the tax on the value of the product. Total value is 58,000. Should I generate E-waybill or no? Because
No, sir.
all we know, all we think always is E-waybill 50,000, E-waybill 50,000, E-waybill 50,000. What is this 50,000? Pakka 1 mark question or definitely 4 mark question. E-waybill definitely questions will be asked. What is that? Should I raise an E-waybill in this case?
50,000 is on the value of supply, sir.
What value? Taxable value, invoice value?
Invoice value.
Sure?
Yes, sir.
Let us see. Now you should leave such worms in your brain, then read, then you will not forget. Sumne kelskondre like how registration provision or time of supply, value of supply. Very kelskolte we can't retain it. But try questioning why, what is the logic behind this? That is how we'll remember. Okay. Now that I have asked this question to you, you can never forget the provision now. Let us see with that point in mind. Electronic, you just go through the basics summary a bit. It is okay. It's the basics. When is E-waybill required to be generated? Whenever there is the movement of goods of consignment value exceeding rupees 50,000. Simple. Consignment value exceeding 50,000. Again, the same question comes back again. What do we mean by consignment value? Yes or no? That's the question here. Let us look at the screen next. Again, in relation to a supply or for reasons other than supply or due to inward supply from an unregistered person, the registered person who causes such movement of goods shall furnish the information relating to said goods as specifying part A of E-waybill before commencement of such movement. Simple. Again, really don't think too much. In case I have to raise an invoice, E-waybill generate ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ consignment value should be more than 50,000. And yaru is initiating this movement, a registered person who can cause such movements of goods, he should generate an e-invoice in where form GST EWB01 in part A. What comes in part A of E-waybill? Your invoice details, product invoice data. What comes in part B? Your transportation details, vehicle details, etc. will come in part B. Your E-waybill is incomplete without part B. Part A hakiದ ತಕ್ಷಣ E-waybill generate ಇದಲ್ಲ. Part B ಹಾಕಿ transport details ಹಾಕಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ it is said to be a valid E-waybill. Yes. Quickly moving on. All those are written. Don't worry. Note. Illi your answer will be there. Consignment value. What is this? As per valuation requirements, value of supply, which is done already. Value of supply plus GST. That means this 50,000 is including the GST. So in my case, 58,000 for this phone, 48,000 value. Should I raise an E-waybill? Yes,
Yes,
sir, no,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because it says consignment value means valuation as per value of supply plus your GST. Simple. If consignment contains both taxable and exempt goods, what happens then? 40,000 taxable, 20,000 exempt. What happens in that case? The consignment value won't include value of exempt goods. Simple. It should be taxable goods, not exempt goods. Clear? The information
Yes, sir.
should be furnished prior to the commencement of movement of goods, whether the movement is in relation to supply for reasons other than supply. Whatever, before you start, we'll have to raise the E-waybill here. Next, exception on the 50,000. What is that? Interstate transfer of handicraft goods by a person exempted from obtaining registration. What does this mean? If there is interstate transfer of handicraft goods by a person exempted from obtaining a registration. What does this mean? Again, I'm leaving one more worm in your head. I'll ask you a question. Andre, interstate transfer of handicraft goods idre, ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇ ಇದ್ರು e-way bill ಬೇಡವಾ? Or irrespective of the turnover, should they raise an e-way bill? Got my question? Keep this point in mind. We will not tell now, probably towards the end of the class, I will repeat that. What is the question? In case of these interstate, question is exemption to minimum consumption value of 50,000. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Interstate transfer of handicraft goods by a person exempted from obtaining registration. So he is exempted from obtaining registration. That is clear. We saw interstate transfer of handicraft goods. Okay, or exempt registration beda, it's all fine. Should they or should they not? Exemption kottidare. Consignment value 50 kottidare. But what about e-way bill? Should they raise or should they not raise? Just keep that thought in mind. We'll discuss later. Okay. Information part A ಅಲ್ಲಿ all invoice details, part B ಅಲ್ಲಿ transporting details. Who should fill andre? Actually, what they say is part A invoice details ge to be furnished by the registered person antide, but actually transporter, e-commerce operator, courier agency, if they are authorized, they can also generate. Who is causing movement of goods? So part A will be generated mostly by the registered seller, basically. Part B is the transportation detail should be furnished by the person who is transporting the goods. You don't know, usually the company will only transport and they will send it here usually. So part A invoice, part B transport details. Note, e-way bill can be generated only after entering the details of part B. E-way bill is valid only if both part A and part B are filled. Part B at takshana it can be generated. Valid. When is it called valid? Only when both part A and part B is filled. Simple. Who can generate e-way bill? E-way bill is to be generated by registered consignor or consignee, transporter, where neither consignor nor consignee generates the e-way bill, transporter will generate. So consignor will generate, or in some cases consignee, ibru madilla andre transporter will generate. Basically, anyone can generate. Without generating, you can't transport the goods. Not goods transported by railway shall be delivered only on production of e-way bill. E-way bill can be optionally generated if the consignment value is less. 50,000 is the limit. But in case less than 50, what can you do? You can have an option of either generating or not generating also. Okay. So we saw part A ali we saw invoice details, part B ali we saw transport details. But there are a certain category of people or certain transactions where part B, that is the transport detail, is not required to be filled. When is that? And we'll see. When is it not mandatory to furnish the details in part B, transport details? So from goods are transported from a distance up to 50 kilometers within the same state. Ade state alidru, if it's less than 50 kilometers from the place of business of the consignor to the place of transporter for further transportation. From go down to one more place, allinda transportation agutte. So from go down to that intermediary place, e-way part B not required. From the place of business to the transporter, finally to the place of business of the consignee. Not required in this case. Okay. So self-explanatory, simple points. So up to 50 kilometers, intermediary transportations, it is not required. Part B, that is transportation details. Transfer of goods to other conveyance. What does this mean? Transporter or generator or e-way bill shall update the new vehicle in part B before such transfer of further movement of goods. When can this happen? Can we always guarantee that whenever we send the goods in a vehicle, will reach the destination in the same vehicle or same condition? May not be. Accidents agbodu, vehicle may break down, whatever may happen. In such case, what can you do? You can't revise an invoice. Just like how we saw, we can't revise a GST return, we can't revise an e-way bill. We should update that e-way bill part B early, or in case it requires cancellation for whatever reasons. Within 24 hours, we should cancel an old invoice and issue a new invoice. It may or may not be written here specifically, but make a note of that. We can't revise an e-way bill. We can update the vehicle details if required. Vehicle details can be updated, one, or if there is some other details which has to be changed, we should cancel the old invoice, generate the new invoice. E-way bill, I mean, e-way bill. Let us quickly come back and see. So the transporter or generator of e-way bill shall update the new vehicle number in part B before such transfer is made. Note, e-way bill up to be updated in case of extension of time valid due to damage of vehicle. It can also be updated for change in vehicle details. Vehicle details or damage extension we can upload it here. But other cases, other changes we can't. Value change change cancel, generate one. Consolidated e-way bill in case of road transport. What you can do is chick e-way bill instead of having multiple e-way bills, one the transportation vehicles we can add it there. That is invoice 1, invoice 2, invoice 3, invoice 4 everything can be consolidated in one vehicle when we are transporting it. Consolidatedly we can give the e-way bill here in this case. One day e-way bill will have multiple invoices. That is also possible. That is the meaning of consolidated e-way bill. Just go through once. Cancellation of e-way bill. What does this mean? E-way bill can be cancelled if the goods are not transported. E-way bill generate transport for whatever reasons it is cancelled. One, or if the goods are not transported as per the details furnished in e-way bill. Now ardhadari hogi e-way bill valid to expire cancel the e-way bill, generate a new bill if required. The e-way bill can be cancelled within 24 hours in the generation of the e-way bill. So you have an e-way bill, you have dates as well. Validity. If it's not, cancel, raise one more issue. E-way bill. What is the validity of e-way bill? We have discussed that in details. In case it is a normal vehicle, every day, what is the kilometers? 200.
200.
So 200 kilometers every day. In case of over-dimensional cargo, it is 20. Simple. I think we took an example also. Let us take the same example. If I have to transport goods from here to Udupi or Mangalore, which is 400, but in an example, we took it as 500. 500 kilometers from here to Udupi, coastal region. How many days will I get? I'm transporting and generating the e-way bill today. Do with actual calculations and tell me with dates. 8th of September, I'm generating an e-way bill to transport 500 kilometers. Make a note and tell me the answer. Tell me date-wise, how many kilometers will I get? Date-wise, or which date will the e-way bill expire? Calculate and tell me.
At the end of 11th.
At the end of 11th. So 8th, today I'm generating an e-way bill. Will today's date be considered? No. From midnight to midnight, this is valid. So if I'm generating today, this midnight, that is till 8th and 9th, till then, it is not considered. 1. My 200 per day starts from tomorrow, which is 9th. So 9th, 200 kilometers, 10th, 200 kilometers. 400 kilometers are done. So 9th and 10th, 2 full days I have. But 11th, I have only 100 kilometers. So shall I say till afternoon of 11th?
Yes.
No. Part of the day is also considered a full day. So 11th, even if it's 1 kilometer extra, I'll get 1 full day. So 3 days I will get 200, 1 full day, 200, 1 more full day. Third 100 irodu, 200 thereof. So 9th, 10th, end of 11th midnight or my e-way bill will be valid. If it crosses 11th midnight and if someone catches, gone. We'll have to pay some penalties, etc., which is beyond our syllabus, but we'll have to keep that in mind. Okay. That is what is given in the next table. I've written in bullet points also, as well as table also. So just go through that once. We already discussed this once. You want to go through, quickly go through 10 seconds. Next, situations where e-way bill is not required to be generated. Again, exceptions for e-way bill. 1. E-way bill is not required where goods being transported are the ones given below. So e-goods idre, e-way bill is not required to be generated. Simple. I mean, you can go through the list. Liquefied petroleum, kerosene, postal baggage, natural or cultivated pearls, jewelry, excepting imitation jewelry. The reason why it's there in bold, because it is important. So amendment bandirutte. What is this? Imitation jewelry, except imitation jewelry. If you're transporting these, not required. Imitation jewelry transfer madidre, required. What the point? So e-way bill is not required to be generated in following cases. Istral e-way bill beda. Accepting imitation jewelry means e-way bill has to be required. 1 marker or 3 marker. Just keep this point in mind. Make a note of that. Currency, used personal household effects, coral, unworked, etc. not required to be generated. 1. Second point where e-waybill is not required to be generated is where goods are being transported by a non-motorized conveyance. That is the reason we say transportation in a motorized vehicle is matra e-waybill anta. If it's a non-motorized vehicle, no e-waybill. For example, this mobile phone, if you put it in a nice box and if I put it in a goods auto, Tata ASL kalsidre, what happens then? E-waybill is applicable because more than 50,000 plus motorized vehicles. But if I take this phone, box put it in my backpack, ride on a cycle, or while I'll walk or cycle, will that be applicable in that case? No, because it is not a motorized vehicle. So that's a condition. Motorized vehicle conveyance if it's not motorized, no e-waybill. Where the goods are being transported from customs, port, etc. to clearance. So Allinda from ports to clearance by customs, not required because it is mandatory. Allinda continue. So it's a short interim distance, e-waybill is not required. In respect of movement of goods within such areas specified where but there is a list here. Just go through this list. There's no point in reading and explaining all the list here. Just go through that once. In these cases, e-waybill is not required to be generated. Okay. Empty cargo containers are being transported. Goods sell empty. What's the point of generating e-waybill? Up to 20 kilometers, way bridge get to and fro not required. All these restrictions are there. Just go through. Documents and devices to be carried by a person in charge of a conveyance. So what happens here? Persons in charge of conveyance shall carry invoice or bill of supply or delivery challan as the case may be. In case invoice illa andre delivery challan should be there. Bill of supply irutte, delivery challan will be there with that. A copy of e-waybill in physical form or e-waybill number in electronic form or map to RFID embedded to conveyance, except in case of movement of goods by rail or invoice. So end of the story. Copy, have a copy of e-waybill. If you don't have physical copy, electronic copy and I as officer, if I have to check, I can scan also and check. Okay, e-waybill number I can get all the information there. These are the documents to be carried. Not very relevant, but you should know. Blocking of e-waybill generation facility. What does this mean? I can't generate the e-waybill facility because they have blocked. Why will they block? Because of these issues. One, blocking of e-waybill generation facility means disabling a taxpayer from generating e-waybill. So I will block, the officer, income GST officer will block my e-waybill facility. Once it is blocked, can I generate an e-waybill? No. Can I transfer goods from one place to another? No. Can I raise an invoice? Also, no, because goods are not gone. So it will lead to a cascading effect. So when will it be blocked? Blocking of GSTIN for e-waybill generation would only be for the defaulting supplier GSTIN and not for the defaulting recipient or transporter GSTIN. Supplier not filed a return, it will block. Suspended GSTIN cannot generate e-waybill as supplier. However, the suspended GSTIN can get the e-waybill generated as recipient or as transporter. As supplier, he can't generate an e-waybill. But if he wants to get, he can as a recipient. When can it be cancelled? That is for being a person paying under composition scheme 2 consecutive quarters, regular scheme 2 tax periods. For being a person under regular scheme 2 months or 2 quarters, as the case may be, one again. Being a person suspended, whatever rules. So saying is, if you have not filed your previous GSTR1 for 2 months, but now they are following monthly. 2 months, if you have not filed the GSTR once, you can't generate an e-waybill. So for you to generate an e-waybill, be up to date in filing the returns. So they have linked it in such a way that if you are not filed GSTR1 of the previous month, you can't file the GSTR3B of next month. So it's all linked to each other. That has also carried forward to e-waybill. If you have not filed the returns, you can't file the e-waybill also. So if you are up to date, you can. 2 months ago, returns file e-waybill will be disabled. Portal will be disabled for you. Okay, that is about push e-waybill. Clear? Any doubts?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Registration, tax invoice, debit, credit note, e-waybill, and what is pending?
Payments.
Payment of tax and returns. So somehow link both and explain once again. So I actually thought I'll finish by 12:30 and 12:31. I thought I'll look at the RTPs and other past question papers. But because it will go beyond the scheduled time, I will cover the syllabus anyways. Then depending on at what time we finish, we'll see if we can do RTPs or not today. And in case you have that Josh and you can sit and listen, we'll continue for some time,
Yes,
or else
sir.
we'll end and we'll have next, because even SMSR has to finish his bit of RTPs and others. We'll do it together. Probably we can LCT with SMSR do it together once. If not,
Yes, sir.
I'll finish it now if you are ready.
Yes, sir.
Or else ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಡನ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರುವಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ we'll stop, or else we'll continue. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay, let us take a 1 minute break here. Don't go anywhere. Stretch here. I'll also be here. Don't turn off the videos. We'll take a quick 1 minute break. Absorb the DV bill. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ಲ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ. We'll continue in exactly 50 seconds. Just relax ಇಲ್ಲಿ. $30 seconds. So we'll finish it now. Okay. Let me share the screen. All of you are back. Ibru drop out adru. Okay. We'll share the screen. Okay. We have payment of tax. Here again, payment of tax and returns. I have already clubbed both and discussed as recently as last month. I'll discuss with the help of same examples, but I want you to go through some points which we'll not discuss or which already discussed in detail. So fine details beku andre, I will ask you to read. Other important details we'll discuss in class, but fine details you will have to read. I will show the material and just show in notebook konta. Just go through. Because instead of wasting time on what is not very relevant as such, we can focus on more relevant items. Once you read, you will understand, as long as you understand the concept. Okay. So, and we'll returns chapter again, we'll quickly look at some points to remember from study material also. Quickly summarize that in some time. Let us look at payment of tax. These are really important points we'll discuss. I've covered only the important points in this material. Correct, which is only what is required. Other points are there, just go through once. Okay. Chapter 13, payment of tax. There are 3 ledgers: cash ledger, credit ledger, liability ledger. We all know that by now. So what comes in these 3 ledgers? This is very important for us to know. So let us go step by step. Darshan has raised his hand. Darshan, you have anything to say?
Sir, exception to minimum consignment value of 50,000.
Exception to
discuss the third one?
Consignment 50,000 e-way bill.
E-way bill.
I'll come back and discuss in some time. I'll come back and discuss that point. Remind me once again. I'll finish this part and come back and discuss. Before I give a short 5-minute break again, I will discuss, then we'll take a break, or after break we'll discuss. Right? Others also, if you have any questions in mind, unmute and ask directly or raise your hand. I will ask you, you get your doubts clarified. Don't keep it pending. Okay. If you want me to discuss anything once again, let me know. I'll discuss once again. Okay. Sure. So electronic cash ledger. Now someone unmute and tell me what this means, and then we'll have a value add on. Or should I pick? Abhay Kumar, why don't you unmute and read?
Read, sir.
Electronic cash ledger, fast.
Yes, sir. Electronic cash ledger. It will reflect all deposits made in cash and TDS or TCS made on account of the taxpayer.
Wait. That means whatever deposit I make in cash, and when I say cash, it is not only hard cash. It is through any mode which I make to the ledger. Okay, other than ITC, we can say. So all those payments which I make in cash, that is other than ITC, will go and sit in my cash ledger. Clear with that? Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Read the second point, Abhay.
This ledger can be used for making any payment towards tax, interest, penalty, fees, or any other amount or on account of GST.
So what is the meaning here? I can use cash ledger for any payment. It may be tax, it may be interest, it may be penalty, it may be late fees, anything else. I can use the cash ledger balance. Got it? First point, when you see, it will reflect all deposits made in cash and TDS TCS made. Suddenly you may get it out. Why TDS TCS? Now you know that, right? When someone has deducted tax from me, TDS TCS madidre, if we are the beneficiaries of that, once we file the return, that TDS TCS will come and sit in our ledger, right? That will sit in our cash ledger. That is the explanation I had already given to you some time back. Okay. Next, move to electronic credit ledger.
Yes, sir. Electronic credit ledger. It will reflect input tax credit as self-assessed in monthly returns.
Okay. What does that mean? Whatever ITC we claim every month, that will be written, shown in the credit ledger. It will be transferred to the credit ledger, all our regular ITC. Next.
The credit in this ledger can be used to make payments of only tax, that is, output tax, and not other amounts such as interest, penalty, fees, etc.
Okay. So what does this mean? In case you have balance in cash ledger and credit ledger, what happens in that case? Cash ledger and balance is there. You can utilize it for anything: tax, interest, late fee, penalty, etc. But if you have excess credit balance, no use. If you have to make payments of interest, late fee, penalty, you can't make. It can be set off only against tax. Keep that point in mind. Definite one marker, and it will help you in your calculation of ITC as well. Okay. Credit ledger balance only against tax. Only tax credit. Interest, penalty, etc. Cash and credit. Simple. Okay. Move on quickly. What comes in liability ledger, Abhay?
Electronic liability ledger. Electronic liability register will reflect the total tax liability of a taxpayer after netting for the particular month.
Okay. Okay. So here I will discuss the few more concepts of debit and credits of ledgers. Then I will explain in summarize in 30 seconds. If you can see payment of tax via electronic ledger, what happens here in this case? If it's a cash ledger, credit amount means what comes to the cash ledger. Okay. What can go to your cash ledger? The deposit you make and the TDS TCS claim. Simple. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
So if you made any deposit or if you have claimed TDS TCS, that will increase the balance of credit cash ledger. What will be used against this balance, or how will we use this balance? One, credit amount of this ledger, that is this deposits and TDS, may be used for payment of tax, interest, fees, etc. We can use it for anything. Second, remaining credit balance amount after paying the above tax can be claimed as a refund by the taxable person. Cash ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ರೆ excess balance, we can take a refund, but mostly we'll carry forward to the next month and use it there. But we have an option of taking a refund as well. So summary is cash ledger, you deposit TDS TCS. ಇದೆರಡು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Use it against any payment. Next, electronic credit ledger ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? Any input tax credit as self-assessed. That is your 2A, 2B line barutte. 2B baro amount which you claim in your GST or 3B will go and sit in your credit ledger of electronic credit ledger. Where can we use this amount which is there in the credit of electronic credit ledger? Only against payment of tax and not interest, late fee, etc. So credit amount of this ledger may be used for payments of output tax only. That is IGST, CGST, UTGST, etc. Only tax we can use, others we can't. What comes in liability ledger? Now that we know cash gain use ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, credit gain use ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ, what comes in electronic liability ledger? So it works like this. Let me share my other screen. So you have your electronic liability ledger of 1 lakh rupees, let us say. Okay. Your electronic credit ledger has a balance of 60,000. So what happens here is this 60,000 will first be set off against the liability ledger. And credit will be set off against the tax amount. How much will I get? Balance of 40. This 60,000 where I will use only against out of 1 lakh tax amount I will use. Right? So the 60,000 which pertains to electronic credit ledger, I can use only against the tax component of the liability ledger. This 40,000 electronic cash ledger gain hogutte. This I can use it for any item of the liability ledger. So what happens technically is electronic liability ledger is like a net off of liability minus credit. 1 lakh minus 60 madi, balance 40,000 will be appearing in the liability ledger. Our 40,000 we will pay through cash. For the logic? So
Yes,
1 lakh
sir.
is a liability, 60 credit, 40 cash. 60 will be set off against liability of 1 lakh, 40 balance on torsutte. That we will make the payment. Okay. I will share the other screen back. So now you will get to know this easily. Electronic liability ledger credit amount andre what comes in? Electronic cash ledger balance will come to credit ledger, and I will set off this cash ledger balance against any amount payable towards tax, interest, fees. Tax or interest payable, any other dues. I can use cash ledger for any liabilities. Second, electronic credit ledger balance will come to liability ledger, but I can use it only against the payment of output tax. Clear and simple? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, transfer of next important point we already discussed some time back. This was an issue in the first 2 years. The last 2 years, this issue is rectified. And this, I think, was asked in the previous exam, or I think it's there in the RTP. I'll cross check once. Transfer of amount reflected in electronic cash ledger. Keep this point in mind. Because credit ledger go there, we can use that balance only on the tax amount. But cash ledger, if we have balance in tax column, right? For example, I'll share my entire screen, right? Share my screen. Now you can see all the screens which are open. You can see the screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was I telling now? What was my point I was saying? Short-term memory loss. Even I forgot. That's right. Payment. Now in cash ledger, tax ali I have 30,000. Interest ali I have 0. Late fees ali I have 0. Okay. I have 30,000 in my cash ledger for this month. Last month in the previous month, there was a delay of 4 days in filing the return. Tax amount was 30,000 only. Okay. I want you to tell me how much I should pay now. Okay. In the okay, let us say tax amount was 30,000 in the last month as well. Now, in my case, if let's say tax amount was 30, will I pay interest or late fee in that month when I file the return? Let us say August month or September, July month. For the month of July, due date is 20th August. Yes, this is July's transaction. Tax amount was 30,000. Instead of paying on 20th of August, filed on 24th of August. When will I pay tax, interest, and late fee? Quickly unmute and tell me. I am filing the return for the month of July in the month of August. Simple. This pertains to the month of July. July month, I have a tax of 30,000, but instead of paying on 20th August, I paid on 24th August. I filed the return on 24th August. So on 24th August, how much will I pay? Quickly calculate and tell me fast. You understood the question or no? Yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
quickly revise. July month, you are filing return. Tax amount is 30. There is no interest, no late fee balance also, no interest calculation, no late fee calculation as well. But July's due date was 20th of August. But you didn't file on 20th of August. You filed on 24th of August. How much will you pay now?
30,000.
30,000? I think Karthikeya
Sir,
also.
in the month of August, we will be paying only 30,000.
Yeah, so Karthika also said 30,000 in chat. So in the month of August, 24th August, how much will I pay? I will pay only 30,000. I will not pay the interest and fee now. I will pay only 30,000. This is a combination of returns chapter and payment of tax chapter. I'm doing both together. Okay. So I'll pay only 30,000 tax now. Why not the interest and late fee? Because 4 days delay, 50 rupees per day. So 200 rupees extra cut pay late fee. Plus interest also I'll have to pay. So what about that then? I will pay that in the next month. So August return, August month, when I file on 20th September, here how much will I pay? Output tax of August I will pay. Output tax of August. Let us say I have only 20,000, for example. Then here I will pay interest of July and late fee of July. I will pay the total here. How much will the interest be? Quickly calculate and tell me.
59.17.
Okay, I don't know. Let me calculate. How will you calculate? 30,000 as the tax of July into 18% into 4 by 365. 59.17. So 59 rupees interest you will pay. Again, CGST is separate you will pay. Right? I'm taking the total. Even tax 30,000 will not be 30. It will be 15 or in some proportion. So interest also like this. Late fee, how much will I pay?
200.
200 rupees. That is 50 rupees per day. 100 CGST and SGST. I will separately pay. So 20,000, 259 I will pay in the month of August. Right? But what happens is I have in my August cash ledger. Assume this is a situation. I have to pay 59 and 200. I have deposited 30,000 rupees in my cash ledger. What is the balance in my cash ledger as of now? 30,000 rupees. Because I have 30,000 rupees in the cash ledger balance, can I directly set off this 30,000 against 2259 directly? The answer is no. Okay, understand slowly. I'll explain this concept a little slowly because it is important for practical as well as exam point of view. So what happens here? Even though the material said, if you look at the material here, what did it say? Cash ledger, use it against anything, right? But when they say cash ledger, use it against anything, what they mean here is this balance can be used against anything, but under the same head. That is tax ke tax irbeku, interest ke interest, penalty penalty, late fee irbeku anta. So what you should do in this case is this 30,000 when you deposit, right? You put it under tax. Yes or no? You deposit it as tax, 30,000 tax, and you showed it there. But this 20 and 59, I have to pay it specifically as 200 rupees. Sorry, I have to show it as late fees. 59, I have to show it as interest. So what I can do is, I can't utilize the 30,000. I can't directly say I set off against this. I should file one return called PMT09. Okay, this facilitates transfer of amounts within the cash ledger balance within the various heads. That means from tax, I will transfer 200 rupees here. From tax, I will transfer 59 rupees here. Through which form? PMT09. Then I will use it. I will not directly use 30,000 balance which is under tax. I will first transfer that balance to other heads like fees and interest. Then I can set off. Because the liability ledger will show 20,000 tax amount, 200 fees, 59 interest. So I should pay 20,000 from the tax ledger only, 200 from the interest column only, 59 from the, 200 from the fees, 59 from the interest column only. As of now, when I transferred entire 30,000 to tax, I can't directly use that money because it is sitting in the tax component. I will file an intermediary return to transfer 59 rupees from tax to interest, 200 from tax to fees. Then now I will have 59 in interest and 200 in fees. I can then file my return. But if I have 30,000 in my CGST credit ledger, can I do this? No. This I can utilize only against CGST tax or against tax. But this concept is applicable for cash transfers, because cash is the only ledger where we can use for tax, interest, late fee, etc. Right? The balance which we have here, we can use it against any head by making some internal transfer. Having this knowledge in mind, let us quickly go through this. A registered person can transfer an amount from one major head to another major or minor head. So one major head, minor head to another major head or minor head in the electronic cash ledger only. Okay. Transfer any amount available in the electronic cash ledger to the electronic cash ledger for IGST, CGST of a distinct person, provided there is no unpaid liability in his electronic liability ledger. If his electronic liability ledger is 0, that means no pending liabilities to be paid. He can also transfer any amount available in the cash ledger to a distinct person. You know what distinct person is? We saw some time back. This transfer can be made to the IGST or CGST head of the distinct person, provided there is no unpaid liability, tax liability unpaid. So here, what do you mean by major head or minor head? You can transfer from one major or minor to another major or minor. Major head means the major categories. IGST, CGST, SGST, cess, major heads. Minor heads are tax, interest, penalty, fee, etc. So what you can do? From CGST tax, you can transfer to CGST interest, like that. So transfer from one major head to minor head. Clear? This is done through PMT09. Non-utilization of ITC for tax liability under reverse charge mechanism. That means the amount available for in the electronic credit ledger may be used for making any amount towards output tax only. We saw this. Credit ledger only against tax. But output tax means in relation to taxable person, means tax chargeable under this act on taxable supply of goods or services made by him, and but excludes tax payable by him on reverse charge. This is what is called as output tax. No. So in such case, how can we claim ITC? Thus they say ITC cannot be utilized for tax payable under reverse charge mechanism. Simple moral of the story. In case you have RCM, this is the logic given. The explanation logic is given here, but ignore the logic. You know the situation now. RCM idre, we can't use credit ledger balance. Make the payment in cash, right? For making payment of RCM, we can't use ITC balance. This is a summary of this. Don't bother about anything else. Understand this. It is okay. You can write there. RCM payment, ITC, cross. That's it. Right. Quickly, moving on to manner of utilization of ITC. I think semester has covered this already. What do we utilize the ITC first? Against IGST, ITC should be made 0 first. Exhaust the entire IGST balance first. Yes or no? I think he did a sum also, if I'm not wrong. He would have this question as well. So first IGST, ITC, make it 0. And then if you have excess IGST, CGST, SGST payable, then you CGST input, SGST input. So I'll not repeat this once again. Want me to repeat that again?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Not required. You know that. Easy. Simple topic. Earlier it was different. Before this logic came up 2 years ago, it was different. CGST input, CGST output, SGST input, SGST output, IGST input, IGST output. First it was intra-head adjustment. Then it was set off against other heads. But now, only after IGST, ITC became 0, we can then move on to other heads. Okay? Simple.
Yes, sir.
But when we say keep this mistake everyone makes outside, I'm hoping that you would not make this mistake here. It says IGST, ITC should be 0. For example, if you're, I'll quickly share the screen again, just to clarify something here. In case your CGST, SGST and IGST output tax is 10,000. Can this be different? Output tax, input tax, 10,000 can be different? No, output tax usually the same. Yes. Next, ITC, we have CGST, we have 6,000 ITC. we have 16,000 ITC, 16,000 ITC. Here we have 20,000 ITC. What do we do first here? What do we do first?
Set
You
off
put
against IGST.
ITC of IGST.
So this and this we will not touch now. Yes, we'll only do this 30 minus 20, 10,000. Then we will go ahead. Okay. What do we do next? Here, this is where people may get confused. I'm sure you're intelligent enough, you will not. But in many other places, even experienced people, they make the same mistake. They say, this is not zero, no. But is this supposed to be zero first? No. They are saying this 20,000 should be zero first. Right? Yes or no? They say ITC of IGST should be zero. That is 20,000 should be zero first. Only then you move on to CGST, SGST set off. They're not saying 10,000 should be zero first. Because once this is done, then you do intra-head adjustment. Then use the balance against this. Don't get confused here. Got the confusing point here? 20,000, once it is zero, then normal set off will apply. So no? Did you understand or did you leave one more brain in your mind now? No, right?
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay. So this will not explain. You already know this. We'll quickly run through. CGST and SGST set off can't be done. Yes or no? CGST output, SGST input, SGST output, CGST input, it can't be done. Any other set off can be done. Order of discharge of tax and other dues. Important. It is asked once in the previous paper. What is the order of discharge of tax liability? In case you have current year's tax, current period's tax, last month's tax, everything you have. What is the order of discharge of liability? The chronological order of discharge is this. 1. Self-assessed tax and other dues for the previous tax period has to be discharged first. Last month also we didn't pay. This month also we didn't pay. What should be the first priority? Last month's tax. That should be paid. Tax and other dues is the first order. Second, self-assessed tax and other dues for the current tax period have to be discharged next. So last period is first, then current periods. Then after this, once these two steps are exhausted, thereafter any other amount payable, including demand determined under section 73 and section 74, to be discharged. That means, in other words, liability, if any, arising out of demand notice and adjudication proceedings comes last. The sequence has to be mandatorily followed. Simple. To summarize, last month's, last periods, all tax and other dues first. Current periods, tax and other dues next. Next, any liability arising out of any demand notice or other proceedings under section 73, 74. This is usually penalty provisions, which they give notice and take extra money from us. That will come last. Only 3 points. Last period, current period, other liability because of demand notice and other proceedings. Simple? Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is the last part of this particular chapter, which is interest on delayed payment of tax. Very important topic. Amendment ide, so it may be asked. So keep in mind, important provision. If not 1 marker, definitely 4 marks topic question will be asked on this. So focus on this more. Interest on delayed payment of tax. That means there is a delay in payment of tax. You are supposed to pay interest. On what amount will you pay the interest is the question here. Okay. First, interest is payable in case of delayed payment of tax in part or full within the prescribed period. We know that. Notified rate of interest is 18% per annum. This also we remember. Yes, sir, no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The period of interest will be from the date following the due date of payment to the actual date of payment. That is, what is the date following the date of payment? 21st of next month. Let us say if 20th is the due date to make the payment or to file the return, if we pay on 21st, from that date. So 21st onwards, we'll have to calculate the interest. So we in our example, 20th August was the due date. We paid on 24th of August. So 21, 2, 3, and 4. 1 day after the due date, from there we'll calculate and pay the interest. Simple? This is simple.
Yes,
the two complications starts here. When is it paid on gross tax liability When is it paid on net tax liability? We have discussed that in detail. We quickly summarize. We'll not take more time here. Interest on net cash liability. That means interest payable on tax declared and tax paid in GSTR 3B filed after due date. Scenario: tax is paid through credit ledger and tax is paid through cash ledger also. Interest is applicable only on the cash portion of the tax. What does this mean? 1 lakh is my electronic liability ledger. 60,000 is my electronic credit ledger balance. ITC have 60,000 rupees. What is the balance tax amount? 40,000. So in case where I have shown July's data in July itself, only thing is there is a delay in filing of returns. 20th badlu I filed on 24th. It is okay. But in such case where I have already shown the liability, but there is a delay in filing the returns, in such case only on the 40,000 rupees, that is net amount, 1 lakh minus 60 enitto, on the net amount I will be paying the interest, not on 1 lakh. What the point? This is amendment is given retrospectively also, so you are safe. 1 lakh output, 60,000 credit, 40,000 cash, pay on 40,000 in case it is a normal delay. Okay. Second point is about delay in case of gross liability. Interest is payable on gross tax liability, same section. Interest payable on gross tax liability where return is furnished after commencement of proceedings under section 73-74. That means tax paid through credit ledger, tax is paid through cash ledger also. Interest is applicable on the tax paid through cash and credit ledger. That means I had 1 lakh credit, 1 lakh tax liability, 60,000 credit, 40,000 cash. If you already shown very delayed 40,000 mele, I will pay the interest. But July's data, instead of showing in July, for example, July filed a nil return, for example, I didn't show any liability. August till I will show July and August. In such case, I will not say 60,000 minus and pay on 40. Entire 1 lakh mil I will have to calculate the interest. For the difference, if it is normally shown in the return, but delay in filing the return, only 40,000 net cash. But if you have not shown the liability only next month I did some golmaal there, on the entire 1 lakh I will have to calculate 18% interest. Or in case some proceedings are also initiated against us, I will not utilize the credit ledger balance. Then 73-74 penalty provision notice after the issue, I will show under 18 gross tax liability itself. I will not utilize the credit balance. What is the logic of net cash liability? Because it's very delayed there. But anyways, I was supposed to use the input tax credit balance. I will get the benefit of that. Balance 40 mil, I will pay the interest in normal case. But if you don't show that only, you are wrong. 1 lakh mil tax banbidate. That is the difference. Okay. Gross tax and net tax. The last part of this interest topically is, okay, we'll quickly look at this. Let us see one by one. Written some examples also here. Quickly, one by one, I will look at the names randomly here to make it a little interactive. You answer. Okay, Chinmay, in the order, no specific order. I can see the order of faces here. I will ask. Can you read the first one? First
Yes,
situation.
sir. Reported in June 22. Returns filed on June 2022.
Interest is payable? No. Because it's normal. June 12 interest file madde. Delay, nothing.
Nothing.
Discharge by cash, not required. Nothing is applicable. Read the second one also.
Reported in June 22. Returns filed on June 21-22. June 21st, 2022. Interest payable, yes.
Yes,
for
because
1 delay.
Because see, look at the question here first. It says XYZ Limited raised invoice for 1 lakh plus GST. GST is 18,000 on ABC Limited in the month of June. The interest liability in various situations is shown below. Reported in June 8th. Returns filed yavaga. They are asking us, then we'll calculate this. Yeah. Now see, June report June June 21st, we had the delay. We filed the return. Is interest payable? Yes, because there is a delay of 1 day. Yes. Did we discharge any amount by cash?
No.
No. In such case, the entire 18,000 to credit al discharge madidre, no interest. What is the conclusion here? Even though I said 1 lakh tax minus 60,000 is the credit, 40,000 is the cash payment. In case there is a delay and interest is applicable, 40,000 mail barutte. What if 1 lakh output, entire 1 lakh I claim through input? 4 dina delay ide. Will I have interest in that case? No, because interest is only on the cash component. Here, input claim agogide. There is no cash. No question of interest as well, which is your second situation here. Okay. 21st, even though there is 1 day delay, I agree. But because you didn't pay any cash, interest barala. Everything is set on by credit. Okay. Next, whom I can see, Rutvik.
Yes, sir.
June only you have shown returns is filed on 21st of July. Should you pay interest?
Returns filed on
June 21st.
yes, sir.
1 day delay. Yes, there is a delay of 1 day. Discharge by cash is 18,000 rupees. Will interest be applicable?
Yes, sir. On
Yes. Why?
18,000.
Because we paid in cash. 1 day delay will show 18,000 into 1 by 365 into 18%. 1 day. Clear? Fourth, Abhay Kumar.
Yes,
Explain
sir.
us the situation. You only explain the situation.
Reported in June 2022, returns filed on June 21st, 2022. Is interest payable? Yes. Because there's a delay of 1 day in filing returns,
Yes.
and he has discharged the interest by cash 9,000.
Discharge of payment.
Oh, sorry, discharge of payment. Yes, sir. By cash 9,000 and by credit 9,000. So he has to pay the interest on the amount which he has discharged by credit.
No, cash.
Sorry, cash.
Interest
Yes.
is always on cash. Yes.
Yes, sir.
On cash. So in this case, this is a different scenario where 18,000 he has to pay. First situation was entire 18 he paid through credit. Is there a question of interest then? No. No cash payment, no interest. Second, entire 18,000 was paid in cash, with Rutvik explained. No credit. Entire 18 was in cash. Will interest be applicable? Yes. On which amount? Entire 18,000. Third situation which Abhay discussed. There is a delay of 18,000. 9,000 he paid by cash. 9,000 he paid by credit. Interest on how much? Only on the cash component, which is 9,000. Clear? Not on the credit component. Next, whom I can see, Vindhya Sumani. Explain this situation to us.
June 2022, returns filed on July 20th, 2022, interest payable, yes, because there's a delay of 1 month. Discharged by cash is 0. Discharged by credit is 18,000. Interest payable is on 18,000.
Why? Because cash is 0. Why are we still paying interest then?
The delay in reporting.
Yes. Delay in reporting. You should have reported in June itself. You reported in July. Got it? Reported in June. All these first 4 situations, it was supposed to be reported in June. You filed it in that month itself, which is okay. But here, because you reported in July, there is a delay in reporting itself. Even though there is no cash payment required here, you will have to pay the entire amount on the liability. You can't say ITC minus ITC and pay on 0. Because there is a delay, you will have to pay on the entire 18,000. Okay. Okay. Next 2 points, DRC03. Again, if you have any notice, you can't utilize the input tax credit. So you can't utilize the balance. Entire 18,000 you pay the tax here. June also, same thing. In case any proceedings are initiated, government interferes and then you get into mess, you can't utilize the ITC balance. You will have to pay the entire gross amount in that case. Okay. This was the last part actually, which is pertaining to interest, section 50, subsection 3. Now, I bought a, tell me one 17.5 case, anyone? 17.5 example. What is 17.5?
Sir, motor vehicle. Sir,
What is
block
that?
credits. Okay.
Yeah. One example.
The motor vehicle.
Motor vehicle.
Concession.
Okay, let us say motor vehicle, block credit. No such other thing required. I bought a motor vehicle. Let us say car. I paid 10 lakhs for it. Let us say 2 lakhs for simplicity of calculation. Let us say I paid 2 lakh as tax. Okay. Will I see that in my GSTR 2A? I'm registered. I bought it from a registered dealer as well. He gave me a tax invoice. I purchased from him. Will he show the detail in his GSTR 1?
Yes, sir.
Can I see that in my 2A?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can I see that in my GSTR 2B?
Yes, sir.
So will I? Technically, I will claim. If because it is there, I will claim. Yes. But should I claim?
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
No, I should not claim because it is blocked. Now, portal, we may not know if it is blocked or not blocked. If it's there, I will claim. But I should be in a position to not claim it. What happens if I avail it? So if I transfer that 2 lakhs, which is there in 3B, 2B alirodana, if I show that in my 3B, directly 2B will 3B will torsi under ITC, if I transfer it to my electronic credit ledger. What situation? I took the money, 3B, I claimed the 2 lakhs in my electronic credit ledger. Will I pay interest when I reverse it tomorrow? That is the question in hand. That is the worm which we have to put inside. The question here is, if we already have enough cash balance, let us say our cash ledger, credit ledger balance was 5 lakhs always. 5 lakh balance ittu. On top of the 5 lakh, we transferred this illegal or not illegal, ineligible 2 lakh balance. What is the new credit ledger balance now?
7 lakh.
7. Credit ledger balance was 5. We already had credit ledger balance. We transferred this 2 lakhs also to the balance. How much is left now?
7 lakh.
10 lakh.
7 lakhs. So quickly. Credit ledger balance was 5 lakhs. This motor vehicle, you added 2 lakhs. So now the balance is 7 lakhs. Yes. Now in the next month, I utilize 1 lakh from this. 7 lakh will become 6 lakh. Let us say for the month of July 23, I use 1 lakh. It became 6. Next, August 23, I use 2 lakhs. What is the balance now? 4 lakhs. Understanding or no? Simple.
Yes, sir.
Now, when will I pay interest on this? I utilize this 2 lakh, which I'm not supposed to utilize. Yes or no? Will I utilize or will I pay the interest here when I utilize this 1 lakh or here when I utilize 2 lakhs? Quickly unmute and tell me. I don't care if you're right or wrong. I want you to participate. Darshita, what do you think?
Darshita, sir.
Darshita, yeah.
Sir, still 4 lakh balance is there, no, sir? So I think no interest.
No interest, you say. Anyone else with any other answer? Anyone saying I should calculate the interest in July? Anyone saying I should calculate the interest in August when I cross 2 lakhs? The answer is not in either of these cases. Why? Treat this as your FIFO ledger. Okay. What is the ineligible amount you have claimed? 2 lakhs. As long as your credit ledger balance is greater than 2 lakhs, you are okay. Because government will think you have utilized this 1 lakh from this 5 lakhs, 2 lakh also from this existing balance of 5 lakh, you have not utilized the ineligible balance. So as long as even if you transfer 2 lakhs here, which is okay, you only transferred it to the balance, you have not utilized it. Yes. Only when you utilize it and this balance, credit ledger balance, which is 4 lakhs now, goes below 2 lakhs, to the extent of the amount which crossed 2 lakhs, we will have to calculate interest. What I'm saying? If it's always more than 2 lakh, ineligible amount is 2 lakhs, you took it your credit ledger. Okay, no problem. As long as your credit ledger balance stays above 2 lakhs. The moment it crosses or goes below 2 lakhs, the amount of which it went below, only to that extent we'll calculate interest. What the point? This is called as section 50 subsection 3, because just by you making payment to the cash ledger, is the liability over? We discussed in the previous classes. You have to pay 40,000 as tax liability. You paid the money to your cash ledger. Is your liability over? No. The liability will cease to exist only when the balance goes out from your cash ledger. Similarly, just by transferring some ineligible credit to your credit ledger is not a crime. You can anyways reverse it later. But once you utilize that balance, that is when allowed to pay interest at 18% per annum. Earlier it was 24, now they made it 18. Okay. Now keeping that in mind, look at this last bit. Interest payable on wrongful availment and utilization of ITC section 50 subsection 3. Again, it may be an important exam question. That's why I'm focusing more. Now, ITC availed but not utilized. I took 2 lakhs. I never used it. Will I pay interest on that? No interest liability. Next, ITC availed as well as utilized. That means interest from the date of utilization till reversal date. Reversal date means I got to know, oh, this was ineligible. I am not supposed to claim. I will then reverse the ITC. Till that date, I will have to pay interest. Okay. Again, look at this. Interest is payable only if the incorrect amount has been utilized. Credit will be deemed to have utilized to the extent the balance in electronic credit ledger falls below the amount of incorrect input. As I told you in my example, till it is above 2 lakhs, you are safe. Once it goes below 2 lakhs, that means you have utilized that also. Ineligible you availed as well as utilized, which is wrong. Now, quickly, the last example of this particular chapter, you will understand everything with this example. ABC Limited availed credit of 5 lakhs for the purchase of car in the month of April. With the example we are discussing now, April 22. Compute the interest payable by them in the following situations if the credit was reversed in November. He realized in November, then he reversed. But from April to November, it was ineligible and it was sitting in his credit ledger. What happens then? First month, let us say May 22. Electronic balance in the electronic credit ledger, 10,000. Interest payable, nil. Nothing. June also, electronic credit ledger balance is 8 lakh. Will interest be payable? Nil. Why not? Because credit is only 5 lakh. Till the time it is above 5 lakh, you are safe. Got what I'm saying? Once it goes below 5 lakhs, on that differential amount, you'll have to pay interest. So he claimed in the month of April, May it was 10 lakh, no interest. June it was 8 lakhs, no interest. July, the balance became 4 lakh 50,000. That means it was supposed to be 5 lakh. It went to 4 lakh 50. He withdrew extra 50,000 of that ineligible part. On that 50,000, from August 2022 to November 2022, that is July month. We will file in August, no? August 20th. From that date of availing, July month's return, August 20. So from 20th August to November 22, when it is reversed, I will calculate the interest. Got it? Next, August month also utilized and the balance became 3,85,000. I withdrew extra 65,000 as in utilized extra 50,000 of the ineligible part. So what happens here? 50,000 also will calculate from August 20 to November 20. The 65 I'll calculate from September to November. This extra 4,50,000 which I excluded, from July return, that is September, August 20 till date of reversal, I will calculate interest. This extra over and above the 50,000 which I used, 65,000, I will calculate interest from this date of availment to November. September 3,85,000, it's same. I'm already charging interest here. Okay. October also it is same. I'm also charging interest. It is okay. November I reversed full ITC. I will stop charging interest. What the point here? So why did interest come here? 5 lakh was the ineligible amount. It went below 5 lakh here. To the extent it went below, I calculate interest here. It went below even more. From that date that even more transaction happened, extra 65 happened, till it is reversed, I will claim the ITC. I will charge the interest. Harshita.
Sir, so in between, say in September or August, if the amount increases, then if the ITC balance.
Have you reversed it? If you have reversed it, then it is considered. If you have utilized it, that means you are saying that I already utilized the balance. Till you reverse the balance, it is not considered.
I
Your
didn't
point is, for example, in normal case, output was 1 lakh, input was 1,20,000. So it went up, was the question, right? But
So
in
because of sale of other goods,
Huh.
my input tax credit, the ledger increased, the balance in the ledger.
So the
Yes.
point here is balance increase, which is okay. But the point you need to notice, have I utilized the ineligible balance? When have I utilized the ineligible balance? When it became 4,50,000 and 3,65,000, whatever.
Right.
Till I reverse that ineligible part, I can't. It is considered.
Okay.
People will count it. Now here, this point, no, when I started, when they brought out this notification, I had the same issue. Because what if tomorrow I have output of 1 lakh, input of 4 lakhs, simply? Because my input ledger balance went up. Can I say that is set off here, I will not pay interest now? But the point remains that it was utilized by me. The initial amount was utilized by me. Till I reverse that part, interest will be calculated. Or else every month, no, we will have output, we will have input. Every month I'll have to do calculation there, which will become a mess. So this actually I discussed with the GST officer itself, because I did trainings at other GST level office as well. I discussed with them this issue. I asked them what is being done practically. They told me for safer side, do this. So again, this is logical also, and it's impactful also. So we are doing that.
Okay, sir. So ultimately, once we start using it, it is like we're using only. So we have to pay interest.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So we'll make sure. So I've seen in many cases that, in fact, I've also done this mistake once. Too bad it was that I claimed it for my client. And once I claim, I have to reverse it. But I made sure my ledger balance is minimum that much. And in calculations, what happens? No, by mistake, because portal calculates the GST tax payable automatically, it will utilize the entire credit balance and say pay less cash. But I will say no, keep credit aside. I will pay more cash now because I'm safe. I can keep it for 1 year and then I can reverse it. No problem till that amount is there in the credit ledger.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other points? Any other questions?
No,
Except
sir.
for returns. Any other questions now?
No, sir.
No. Okay, we are already above the scheduled time of. I told them I'll take only 3 hours. Okay, I told them that I'll take 3 hours to finish this revision. But because I wanted to stress more on the exam point of view, I took a little more time. But one chapter is pending, returns. What do? We'll quickly take 5-minute break and take 15 minutes and finish returns.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
For
Yes,
it?
sir.
Anyone hungry?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Get breakfast?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
We're all good to go then. I didn't have breakfast also, but I still wanting to continue so that you finish early. Lunch is secondary only, right? That's the secret of my strength.
Sir.
Anyways, coming back, let us see a chat. I think exceptions to minimum consignment value of 50,000. Discuss that part. Okay, I'll discuss that. And Kartikeya said 30. Okay, that was the answer to one of the questions. So what we'll do, because we discussed 4 chapters already now. Registration, which we discussed in detail because it was done very long back. I didn't take the class also. Tax invoice, debit, credit note, e-way bill, and payment of tax. This is done. This is always in payment of tax, nothing else. Now, return will be very easy for us because you already covered bits in different places. You have covered tax payment in one case, supply in one case, ITC in one case. This is just like a summary. So we'll not take more than 15-20 minutes. We'll focus more on some returns aspects. Take a 5-minute break. And in case you want to have lunch and you're hungry, I don't mind you taking the lunch plate now, sitting it in front of the monitors and eating it. We will not stare at you like this so that you have stomachache. It is okay. You can have lunch also while listening to class. Okay. Don't say I'm hungry, I'll stop them, close the meeting and go. If you're hungry, grab some snacks, chips, whatever, sit in front of the laptops and do. So we'll take 5-minute break, exactly 5 to 6 minutes break. It is 13:41 now. In 5 to 6 minutes, we will resume. We'll quickly run through the returns chapter and focus on 2-3 questions from the RTPs, and because most of the questions come from the first part, which SMSR takes. Here I'll focus on the important questions here. And what time is the class today, Chinmay? 6:30 to 6 to?
6 to 8, sir, but more, 6 to onwards.
Okay. What is the plan?
I think MCQs, he has to solve problems and also MCQs and RTP questions can answer everything.
Okay. So what I will do is, I will solve the RTPs pertaining to my points. There are 3-4 questions. I saw the questions already. The simple questions, we'll focus on that and we'll see how to answer those questions.
Yes, sir.
And we'll finish off returns. And then balance part, he will cover anyways.
Yes.
And in case there are any questions, I'll talk to SMSR after his revision also. In case there are any more questions which is left unattended from my part, if he doesn't cover that, I will come back once again on Monday when Shetty sir takes income tax. I think Sunday or Monday. When is that?
Sunday.
Sunday. That is day after tomorrow. Saturday, nothing.
He has classes tomorrow also at 2:30.
2:30. Okay. In case something is left, I'll talk to SMS sir. I'll see before the income tax starts class. In 10-15 minutes, we'll finish that. Then he will start the class. We'll plan that, but we'll make sure no question is left unattended. Because let us not say, oh, we are out of time, we'll not solve questions you read. That is not right on our part as well. We will solve. 10-15 minutes extra from your end should not be an issue, I feel.
No,
so we'll finish that. No issues. It's for your benefit itself. So take a quick 5-minute break. 13:43 now. 13:48 sharp, I will start. Come back with a lunch, snacks, anything, drink some water, go to the restroom and come. We'll try to finish at the earliest, 15-20 minutes max. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
See you in 5 minutes. We'll come back. Videos on, please. We saw what was inside, Chinmay.
No problem, sir.
Okay.
Just a mess, sir.
Hmm?
It's just a mess over there, so it's fine.
Listen, ಎಲ್ರ ಮನೆ ದೋಸೆನ ತೂತೆ
ತೂತೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮನೆ ಇಡ್ಲಿನೂ ತೂತೆ ಅವಾಗ. Not mine. Okay. Darshan had a question. Exceptions to minimum consignment value of rupees. Okay, 50,000. I think this is what I asked. No, I put a worm in your head. Exceptions ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. Let me share the screen and discuss that. Viewable. This. Exception to minimum consignment value 50,000. What does this mean? Interstate transfer of handicraft goods by a person exempted from obtaining registration. That means irrespective of your turnover, in case you are making interstate supplies of these handicraft goods, you are supposed to generate E-waybill. There is also one more criteria actually, which talks about job work. In case of principal to job work, another job work pertaining if you are transferring goods, E-waybill is a must. But they have not written that here, not applicable for your syllabus, because job work as a concept is not touched in your intermediate level. That is covered in your final level. Because the concept of job work is not introduced, they didn't want to add the expression. So they didn't add that. It's covered at final level. But the point of exception to minimum consignment value is irrespective of the limit value, in case you are making interstate transfer of handicraft goods by a person exempted from obtaining registration, you are supposed to write an E-waybill. One day on input, you can keep it in mind. 50,000 yarik beda andre interstate handicraft goods exempted from obtaining registration. Or instead of taking registration and charging GST, he will add a E-waybill. That's it. Clear with that? Darshan, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, moving on. Let us quickly discuss the returns chapter in brief. In 5 to 10 minutes, we'll discuss the entire chapter. But I want you to go through the fine details. Steps, process, not worth discussing in class, but I want you to go through. The returns revision will be incomplete if you go through the entire details like this. I will just give you the basics. For example, difference between 2 items. I will tell you what it is, but read once. Okay? Because concepts concepts mixture agodre, e question ge e answer, e question ge answer bandidutte. So conceptual clarity is required, but along with that, you have to read once as well. Right? So whatever I discuss now is one thing. What I will also do is, if you observe in that revision material of yours, we purposefully haven't given the returns chapter. Yes? Yes or no? Because as I told in the other class as well, in the regular classes, returns chapter, it's better if we do it conceptually and logically. The moment you see the notes first, you will stop basically understanding everything. Answer is alle ide anta. So my point of today's revision was, we will first discuss it in detail during the revision. After the revision class is done, I will send you the notes for that also. No need to go through the study material and read everything from there. Not required. I will only share the notes. Probably you'll get it through other facilitators here. You will get the notes, refer that notes, it is enough. Don't do anything more than the notes as well. But before the notes, before you seeing the notes, I want you to write down few things. That's the reason I didn't give you the notes. So if you have any book, start writing whatever I discuss, write the examples also with you. And when you look at the notes, link these examples with the notes, then you will understand. What I'm saying? If you have notes, you will only mark there. You will not write anything, and which is a waste. So whatever example I write on the board, You also read, you know the examples. I know that you know, but still, right? And later, when you understand the notes, read the notes, you can link with this example and write. Okay. Okay, I'll share the screen first. I hope it is visible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First point. No, I'm not adding bullet points. You just scribble in like in a normal flow chart. You can just make a note. I'll use the same examples which I used to brief the concepts. First was Naman, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Naman sold goods to Rutvik, who then sold goods to Chinmay. Naman was in Bangalore, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Rutvik or Naman was in Bangalore or Mysore?
Naman in Mysore, Rutvik in
Okay.
Bangalore.
Okay. Naman, Mysore, Rutvik, Bangalore, Chinmay,
Mangalore.
as usual. Mangalore. This was the case we discussed. And what did we see here? When Naman sells goods to Rutvik, what would be his value here in the example? 100 rupees. Yes. Tax. What tax will he charge? Naman, what will you charge? Naman, is he there?
18, sir.
Wrong.
TGST and
9
Karnataka
plus
GST.
9, sir.
Huh?
9 plus 9.
Correct. So CGST 9% is GST 9%. So 9 and 9, total of 118. Rutvik, when he sold goods to Chinmay, what was his transaction value? 150?
150.
And tax?
13.5 and 13.5.
So CGST of 9% is GST of 9%. So 13.5, 13.5. Okay. This was the total was 177. Along with this, let us add one more example. Tell me one more name which we discussed.
Vindhya, sir.
Vindhya. Okay. Vindhya, I think she told me she's from Coastal, but which example did we take? Let us say she's from Mumbai.
Mumbai, sir.
Okay. What is the value of sale by Rutvik?
150.
150, only no partiality between Chinmay and Vindhya, mostly, yes. So here, what tax?
IGST 27.
IGST of 18%, so it will be 27. Here there is some partiality. Okay. This is a situation which we discussed in class. This Vindhya extra, it's okay. Now, let us understand the concepts of returns first. Which return will Naman file in this case to show 100, 9 and 9? To show 100 plus 9 plus 9, Rutvik's name, etc. Which return will Naman file? Do you remember or no?
GSTR1, sir.
GSTR1.
He will file GSTR1. For him, Naman will file GSTR1. What will he write in GSTR1? He will write invoice-wise sales details in case of B2B. B2B, invoice-wise. In case of B2C, he will write the total. Clear with this? This you know. Yes or no? Now, once Naman writes this in his GSTR1, he is only added because for the month of August, let us say August, this transaction happened. Naman can file this by, he filed this in the month of September. GSTR1, he will have to file it by 11th of September. Simple, right? Make a note of all these. Whatever I'm writing on board, make a note. Naman, GSTR1, B2B, invoice wise, B2C, total in one box. GSTR1 he will file by 11th. Now Ritvik will pay the 118 rupees to him. He will further sell it to Chinmay the same month. He will collect 150 plus 13.5 plus 13.5, 177. Now, how much will Ritvik pay to the government? Quickly calculate and tell me. Look at the screen, calculate and tell me. How much will Ritvik pay to the government?
27.
13.5, 13.5 from Chinmay. How much will he pay to the government?
4.5.
4.5.
Will he pay entire 13.5, 13.5? No, because here when we see, when it comes to Ritvik, output tax is how much? CSI, you collect 13.5, 13.5 nil. ITC, he has already paid tax to Naman, which is 9 and 9.
9.
Here he will write 9 and 9. What is the balance?
4.5, 4.5.
4.5. This 9 and 9, this he will do it in GSTR 3B. Okay. GSTR 3B. What is GSTR 3B? Right there. GSTR 3B. Summary return. Final return or summary return. Filed monthly / quarterly. As the case may be. Make a note of all this. Everything will be there in the notes, but I want you to write.
Yes, sir.
What do you write? Naman, Ritvik, when he calculates output tax 13.5, 13.5, ITC 9 and 9, balance 4.5, 4.5. Where will he show this total? In his GSTR 3B, which is filed on 20th / 22nd of the next month. Which is filed on 20th of next month. Let us say only that. 20th of next month. Written. Next. Going back to Ritvik's case. Ritvik, I will write in blue pen now. Ritvik has sold goods to Chinmay and Vindhya. I only took Ritvik's one example of Chinmay. Okay, Vindhya's example I didn't take here. Where now Ritvik's point of view, he sold goods to Chinmay and Vindhya. When we add one more transaction, when we bring in Vindhya also to picture here, what happens to Ritvik's calculation here? Here, this 27 which he collects from Vindhya, that also will be added here. Yes or no? Write that. Under output, under IGST, write 27. ITC of IGST, as of now, nothing. Nothing in the example. So this will be 0. Payment will be 27. Going back. What will Ritvik file to show this transaction between Ritvik Chinmay and Ritvik Vindhya? What will Ritvik file? Which return?
GSTR 1.
GSTR 1. Yes, so Ritvik will file GSTR 1 to show this and to show this as well. So whatever I wrote in green pen is from Naman's point of view. Whatever I'm writing in blue pen, it is from Ritvik's point of view. Okay. So Ritvik will show GSTR 1, and in GSTR 1 he'll show transaction between him and Chinmay and to Vindhya as well. So in his monthly return here, which he files in his GSTR 3B, output 13.5, 13.5, 27. Where will it come from? This can be identified from GSTR 1. Automatically it comes from GSTR 1 to this place here. Got it? 13.5, 13.5, 27 will automatically come from Ritvik's GSTR 1 to GSTR 3B. No need to manually add. Next, what about this 9 and 9? ITC, where will it come from? Which return?
They are 2A.
2B.
GSTR, not 2A, 2B. What is the logic here? Well, let's go back to this example. Naman has sold goods to Ritvik. This transaction, I'm writing in blue pen, that means it is from Ritvik's point of view. It will be in both 2A as well as 2B. It will come in both 2A and 2B. Write that also. Purchase made by Ritvik will appear in both GSTR 2A/2B. Write it in one line fast. You can put arrow marks and write. Next, when in 2A, when in 2B. 2A dash only added, not filed. Details added, but not return, not filed. To be details added, return also filed. So what is the difference between 2A and 2B then? Even though all the details appear in GSTR 2A, that doesn't mean you can't claim all the credit. Only when it comes to 2B, that is the proof that the supplier has filed the return. Only then we will claim. It will automatically come in your GST ITC column. 9 and 9 will come there. Balance of 4.5, 4.5. So what happens here in the credit ledgers and liability ledger is 13.5 will directly go to liability ledger. 9 and 9 will go to your credit ledger. They'll be set off first between liability ledger and credit ledger. Balance 4.5, 4.5, 27 will be the balance, which is the net effect. That cash you will pay. This cash will go to the cash ledger. Then once again set off against liability ledger. Only then you can file the return once all the liability is closed. Okay. So in this case, Ritvik can see this in his 2A and 2B. 2A, everything, irrespective of filing or no, once Naman adds. 2B, once Naman files the return, it will come in 2B. Okay.
Yes,
Next,
sir.
2A is on real-time basis. Make a note of that as well. 2A return is on real-time basis. That is, today, Naman sold to Ritvik, 8th of September. Once Naman uploads today, Ritvik can see in today's GSTR 2A itself. Clear? But when will it come in 2B? Only after filing of GSTR 1. That happens once in a month. Only then it will come in 2B. Real-time basis, it comes in 2A. So why will we use 2A then? To remind him, first of all, if it's there in 2A, that means we are sure that Naman has at least added the details there. Filing is secondary. And once it's there in 2A and not in 2B, Ritvik will call up Naman and say, you better file or else I will not take credit. Or else I will not pay you the money only. So this is to have a cross check and to see if whatever is there in 2A has come to 2B or no. You will call the supplier and say, file the return, only then I can claim the credit. Or else I can't. So you are forcing the supplier to pay the tax. Government is happy. Yes or no? Well, government will not come and say, did you pay or no? Government has involved a system of cross check. If you want credit, ask the supplier to pay. So there is no leakage of revenue there. Next, moving on. Share screen quickly. Board. This we saw. Now this what the 4.5, 4.5, 27 which Ritvik will pay. Where will it go and sit? Which ledger? Come on.
Cash ledger.
Cash ledger.
Cash ledger. So it will go and sit in cash ledger. Once it goes and sits in his cash ledger, can Ritvik say, fine, my liability is done. I paid the money. It sits in cash ledger? No. Only when the money goes out from the cash ledger. When will that happen? I think I showed that practically in class also last time, right? There is a button called offset liability. Once you click on offset liability or make payment to ledger, make payment or post credit to ledger, it says. Once you click on that, whatever balance you have in the cash ledger will be set off against the liability ledger. It will go away from the cash ledger, set off against the liability ledger, cash ledger balance will become 0. Only then it is said that your liability is done. Yes. So only when after that you can file the return. Only then a liability is done. So once you make the payment, it goes to cash ledger. Once it goes out of cash ledger is when you will your liability will cease to exist. Now next, we saw GSTR 1 outward supplies details. We saw GSTR 2A and 2B. 2A real time basis, 2B fixed once after all the GSTR 1s are filed. Now Naman, for the month of July, due date was 11th. He filed his GSTR 1 on 15th of July. Yes, for the month of July, he filed the GSTR 1 on 15th of August. Sorry, 15th of August, he filed the return. Can Ritvik claim the ITC details which Naman has shown on 15th of July? No. Why? Because due date was 11th. What portal will do is by 12th or 13th, it will generate 2B. Whatever Naman has filed, it will take that from Ritvik's point of view, it will generate 2B and keep it ready. If Naman adds the details after the portal generates the 2B report, Ritvik can't claim in this month. He will claim it in the next month, which is okay. As long as Ritvik is happy, he will claim it in the next month. But if this happens before 2B is generated, Ritvik can claim. But after 2B is generated, you can't. That's the reason they say file your returns on time so that the recipient can get the benefit. This is also written in detail. Concept is clear. They have given some notes. You can refer that. I will also give you some notes. We saw 1, we saw 2A, 2B. What is 3B? It is your final return for the month. It was initially 3, 1, 2, and 3 as I discussed. They have scrapped that now. 2 and 3 is scrapped. They have taken out from the GST provisions also. 3 has become 3B. You pay the tax, then you file the returns. Clear? When you have 0 liability, you can file returns. Even 1 rupee liability, you can't file the returns. Due date to file GSTR 3B. When is that?
20th of the next month.
20th of the next month. In due date of filing GSTR 1?
11th of the next month.
11th of the next month. 11th of next month. All of you unmute and answer now. Simple questions I'll ask now. Late fee for GSTR 3B. What is that?
50 rupees per day.
50 rupees per day.
50 rupees per day in total. That is 25 CGST, 25 SGST. Late fee in case of nil return.
30 rupees per day.
20 rupees per day. 20 rupees per day. You make a note. Late fee. Normal 50 rupees per day. Nil return 20 rupees per day. That is half CGST, half SGST always. If it is 50, 25, 25. If it is 20, 10 and 10.
Yes, sir.
Next, QRMP scheme. Next. Questions will be asked on this also, not either 1 or 4. But you know what QRMP, you're safe. QRMP scheme. What is that? So you can write there, full form. What is QRMP? Quarterly returns, monthly payment. So you file the return quarterly. You pay the taxes monthly. Is it of any use for anyone?
Yes, sir.
Technically, no. Technically, no, because you are actually increasing the burden. Yes or no? When is it helpful for you? Only if you are supposed to pay more tax in the first and second month, but you hide under QRMP, pay less tax. That is okay. But other than that, it's actually double work for you. That's why people, even who opted for QRMP, they came out eventually because double the work. What happens in QRMP scheme? Listen to me, all of you. What is the turnover limit for QRMP applicability? 5 crores. Make a note. QRMP 5 crores. Right there. Once you cross QRMP scheme, once you cross 5 crores turnover, automatically you will be kicked out of QRMP scheme. You can no longer take the benefit. You will be kicked out. You will come back to normal regular scheme. Now, 5 crores, your limit is within 5 crores. You can opt for QRMP when? Write in your books, write like this. Oh, sorry, I'll share my screen. Write like this. Heading you have written everything on top, which is okay. Write April, May, June, July, August, September, October, etc. Write one line, put one line here, put one line here. So this is a quarter. April to May is 1 quarter. July to September is 1 quarter. Write like this. Whatever I'm writing on the board, write the same. Now, if you want to opt for QRMP scheme, when will you opt for it? When can you opt for it? If you remember, you can tell me. When do you opt for QRMP scheme?
By the end of May.
By the end of May. Till?
Sir, I thought latest by the end of May.
Latest. Okay. From and to. Tell me. Let us say for this quarter. Okay. I want QRMP scheme for July to September.
Sir, earliest by 1st April. Latest by 31st July.
31st July.
Yes,
1st April to 31st July. I want more answers. Anyone else?
1st May to 31st.
1st May to 31st July.
1st May to
31st
31st July. That means you are saying second month onwards of the previous quarter till the first month of current quarter. Is that what I am understanding?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir,
That means, where is it? I closed that by mistake. 1 minute. Reopening it. Where is the, oh, it's here. Share screen. Yeah. So what we'll do here is from this period to this period. You can put a box there, and if you have different color pens, which I suggest you always maintain, different color pen, put a box there. That is 1st of May to 31st of July. You can opt for qrmp. That is for the next quarter. If you want to opt, the previous quarter you have 2 months, last 2 months of the previous quarter and the first month of that quarter. But can you ask me, sir, if you have to select qrmp for July itself, how can I select qrmp for July when I am in July? Point here is, for the month of July, you will not be doing anything in the month of July. You will be making the payment in the month of August only. So you have time till the end of July to select. In August, you want to pay in the qrmp, whatever that 2 methods, or you want to file regularly every month and file the GSTR 3B also. So the date for opting qrmp is for that quarter. For example, second quarter, first quarter's last 2 months, second quarter's first month. What about October to December quarter? When can you select?
August to
August,
First to
September.
October.
August, September, October. So 1st August to 31st October. And once 31st October is done, when you move on to November, then you can't change. Whatever scheme you have selected, you should stick onto the same scheme. Okay? Clear with this part?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Now the 2 types of payments under qrmp scheme. What are those?
Fixed sum method.
Fixed sum and self-assessment.
Fixed sum and self-assessment. In 2 minutes, we'll revise, then we'll look at the notes. What do you mean by fixed? You can tell me whatever you understood, okay? Fixed sum method, what does that mean? Subiksha, loudly. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
%35% of the cash paid in the preceding month. Quarter.
35. Okay, so I'll share the screen again. Simple. It's very simple. If you understand this logic like this, other things you can understand easily. Now, you are filing for the month of, I'll write again, April, May, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. It's like this, okay? If you select, first one is fixed sum method. What is fixed sum method? I will write it in black. In case I had paid 100 rupees here, 100 rupees here, 100 rupees here every month. Okay, I had paid monthly. The tax and return was filed monthly. Now I opted for qrmp for July, August, September. When I say fixed sum method, there are 2 choices. One, if I had filed monthly in the previous quarter, what I'm saying, if I had filed monthly in the previous quarter, this 100 whatever was paid, I will pay it now and I will pay it in August also. Simple. Fixed sum method. How much ever I paid in the last month of that previous quarter, that is June, I will pay that here and here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Is that correct? Huh?
Sir, I thought it was 35% and 335%.
Huh? Only cash part. Okay, then?
Sir, I thought it was 300 into 35%.
It was 300 into 35%. So
If it
second
was
option.
in the previous quarter, it's 35% condition. Otherwise, it's the cash part of the month preceding.
So you are saying it is total of 300 rupees here. So I'll pay 35% of it here, 35% of it here. Yes, this is what Harshita was trying to say. Was it Harshita was trying to say this?
Yeah, I thought so.
Correct. Any other thoughts in mind? So I give you two options. One is 100 was paid in June, 100 will also be paid in July and August, or total of 300, I will do April plus May plus June, then I'll pay 35, which is right.
The total of 300 and then 35.
No, sir.
Total of 300, then 35.
After reducing the ITC part.
Okay, so one thing will be very clear. It is only on the cash element. If I had paid 100 rupees or whatever 300, we'll consider the cash element here when it comes to cash payment. Okay, that is cash. We'll exclude credit. Very good. Then, is everything else right?
100,
100, sir.
That is this. You are saying this. 100 here, 100 here. Here we'll have the balance payment. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Same here as well. Is that what you're trying to say? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Which is correct? Option A or option B?
Option A, sir.
Option A is correct, you say. Okay, let us keep that thought in mind. Let us look at the notes. Then you will realize who is correct, who is wrong, or both are right or both are wrong. Okay. This is GST material. Okay, I'll close. Oops. There is material. We'll open it here itself. 1 minute. Let me share the screen again. Returns. Okay. Now we'll quickly look at what is pending. Outward supply is done. Inward supply is done. 39 is the final return. 3B for normal. When do we file 4?
Composition.
5? When? We'll see. Don't worry. We also have first return, annual return, final return, GSTR 11. What's the difference between annual return and final return? So when you subject to specified conditions and limits, annual return is filed annually. Right? They say if your turnover crosses this much, you are supposed to file your return annually. So that happens at the end of the year. What is a final return? In case your registration is terminated or cancelled or stopped, we can't simply say stop and close. Because, for example, I filed the return. I actually did this with my cousin last month. My cousin's, in his case, last month was his final return. As in the last month where he was filing the return. He sold the business. Now, how does the government know that he has sold the business, is not continuing the business? Can I simply keep quiet and say nothing doing? I'll have to file nil return also. In such case, while closing, I will file something called as final return. In that final return, if there are any more points or taxes which was missed earlier, because once the registration is closed, I will not have access to the GST portal again. Yes or no? Because registration is closed. So I'll go back, calculate anything pending or any late fees of the last month paid. In his case, I filed it after 1 day. There's 1 day late fee. When will I pay? Next month. But next month I'll not be filing return only. No? In such cases, all those details will appear in final return. After the final return is filed, everything, all the formalities are done. That's the difference between final return. It's not applicable to everyone. It's applicable when you're cancelling your registration. Annual return, annually. Okay, next here, we'll quickly run through. Okay, we'll go through the final bit, which is revision part. You can see here, due dates, late fees are all given here. Okay. So what they do is, in most of the materials, they will first give you the actual old dates. Then they will tell you what is revised. So whenever you see these late fees and delays, etc., don't simply blindly close your eyes and say that is the late fee, or because it always says 100 rupees CGST, 100 rupees SGST, which is what was there initially. Then later on in the bottom somewhere they will say now it is revised to 25-25. If you ignore that, your answer will be wrong. But don't worry, I've added that in the revision material. I will send that to you. Use that only for reference. Okay. Returns chapter, whatever I'm explaining now for your reference, but I'll give you proper notes, which is okay. Okay, quickly, let us recapitulate and final revision of this class. GSTR 1, you know what this is. GSTR 3B, you know, 20th of next month. And one more due date is quarterly statement of outward supplies of goods and services. Registered persons opting for qrmp scheme. I told you, when it comes to qrmp scheme, 20th of one month is for normal people. 22nd or 24th is for QRMP. Did you write any due date next to QRMP? No, right?
No,
normal
sir.
return you wrote. Normal 3B, 20th we wrote. Next to QRMP, wherever you written, right there. GSTR 3B, 22nd/24th. Right there first. GSTR 3B, 22nd/24th. GSTR 1, 13th. So for all normal taxpayers like Naman, Ritvik, Chinmay are examples, GSTR 1 date is 11th. But in case of QRMP, it will be 13th. 3B, normal 20th, QRMP 22nd/24th. That is depending on the states. Category 1 and Category 2. Karnataka falls under Category 1. They will not ask you the states. They will tell you, give the details, and they will ask you to calculate if any. Next. GSTR 4 is registered person paying under composition scheme. Return for a financial year. So full year return he will file 30th of April of the next financial year. Okay, dates you can just keep in mind. GST CMP 08, quarterly statement for paying of self-assessment tax. Again, same thing whatever we discussed with QRMP. Because they have annual return here, they will also have to pay tax monthly or quarterly. They will pay under GST CMP 08, pay the tax. GSTR 5 is for non-resident taxpayer. He will file GSTR 5. 9 is for annual return. Other than ISD, tax deductor, collector, casual taxable NRTP, the due date fixed is 31st of December. Annual return. Once a year, we will add April plus May plus June till March. We will file it in annual return. GSTR 10 is final return. I think I remember seeing a question on GSTR 10 in one of the previous year papers or RTP. I'm not sure. I'll just check. What is final return? Taxable person whose registration has been surrendered or cancelled. The name itself says final means return file madalla. Keep that logic in mind. Within 3 months of the date of cancellation or the date of order of cancellation, whichever is later. So within 3 months, in my cousin's case, last month was his final return. So this month, next month, following month, 3 months, I have to file the final return. Okay, I have to file the final return. So taxable person whose registration has been surrendered or cancelled, within 3 months from the date of cancellation or date of order of cancellation, I will file a final return. GSTR 10. GSTR 11, details of inward supplies. If it is UIN, it's not very important. It's just there. Let it be there. Don't do anything about that. 2A. You know the difference between 2A and 2B now?
Yes.
Yes. So we'll not go through in detail. Just read once. Okay. Update on real-time basis, static statement. It's there. I've explained everything here. Statement in file GSTR 3B is also done. QRMP. Next. Eligibility. Tax person agreed turnover of 5 crores. Criteria. Taxpayers must have furnished the last return as due on the date of exercising the option. He should have filed all the returns up to date. Only then he is eligible to opt for QRMP scheme. If any return is pending, he can't. Exercising option we already discussed. For any quarter from first day of second month of the preceding quarter to the last day of the first month of the current quarter. Also discussed. Yes sir, no sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh,
Validity of option once exercised. Taxpayers are not required to exercise their option every quarter. Where such option has been exercised once, they shall continue to furnish the return as per the selected option for the future tax periods unless they revise. So if you say QRMP is too complicated, I'll come out, you can come out. Or if you cross 5 crores, you are automatically out. So this is when, till then, no need to do every month, every quarter. So QRMP scheme in GST and wise, opting for QRMP is GST and wise. So again, GST and wise, distinct person can opt for QRMP or not. Monthly tax payment. This is what we are discussing in the portal now. Tax due in each of the first 2 months of the quarter, we will have to pay. When we say QRMP, it's only for the returns, not for the payment of tax. Payment we should make monthly itself. Tax to be paid in pre-filled form PMT06. Payment to be made by 25th of next month. We will write a note under QRMP as well. Payment by 25th of next month. Next, moving on to options for making monthly payment of tax. Now we will see who is right and who is wrong. Okay, options for making monthly payments of tax. First one is fixed sum method. Second one is self-assessment method. What does fixed sum method means? Once we click on fixed sum method, amount would come there automatically. The tax to be paid under fixed sum will come automatically. Self-assessment means we are only calculating how much is our output minus input, and the balance we are paying to the government on our own. It is called as self-assessment method. Any difference between these two or any questions here? Fixed sum, no change. First and second month fixed. Third month we'll do the calculation and pay. Self-assessment, every month we'll only calculate, we'll only pay. That's the main difference here. Moving on to fixed sum method. Now let us see who is right and who is wrong. Fixed sum, pay tax due in each of the first 2 months of the quarter. Deposit in PMT06 by 25th day of the month succeeding such month. This is common. 35% of the tax paid in cash, always cash. Output minus input, whatever cash is there, calculate only on that. 35% of the tax paid in cash in the return of the preceding quarter, where the return was furnished quarterly. What does this mean? If you had furnished this, I'll share the screen. If you had furnished this here, if this was quarterly like this, let us say for April and May and June, you had paid 300 in total for the quarter. In such case, 35% of the tax paid in cash in the return for the preceding quarter, if it was quarterly, where the return was filed quarterly. So in case it was filed quarterly and 300 is the total here, then we will do 35%, 35%. Right? So was Sarshita wrong in telling 300, 35, 35? Yes or no? She was not wrong. But, however, second, tax liability paid in cash, always in cash, in the return for the last month of the immediate preceding quarter, where the return was filed monthly. That means here I had paid 100, 100, 100. Returns were filed monthly. And when I file the returns monthly, what will I select here? Tax paid on the last month. So my question to you was, I had paid 100, 100 and 100. I had filed it monthly. What will the tax amount be there in the month of July? Is it 100 or 35%?
100.
100. So even though Harshita was right, she was right for a different case. Here, if you are filing the returns monthly, if you had filed the returns monthly for the previous quarter, that last month's cash component will continue for the first and second, for the first 2 months. Clear with that? Yes or no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
In case we had filed it quarterly, if the return was filed quarterly, then previous quarters 35% we will pay in the first and second month. Balance we will pay in the last month. Is that clear? Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes.
Understood the difference now? Fix sum method. Amount will be fixed. You can't voluntarily put in any amount. How will the amount be fixed? If it was previous, if you had filed quarterly in the previous quarter's total into 35% balance in this quarter. If you had filed monthly, that cash component of the last month paid now. It will be auto-populated depending on your selection. This is called as fixed sum method. Now, let us say we also discussed in class, 100 rupees was the tax paid, let us say in the previous quarter. How much will you pay now? Fixed sum method, 35%. First quarter 100, first month and second month you will pay 35. What if the actual tax to be paid was 40 rupees? Did you pay more or less now?
More.
You had to pay 40. You had to pay 40. Under qrmp fixed sum method, it will select 35 rupees directly. Have you paid more or less?
Less.
More.
We have paid less. Why? 35 is what comes in automatically. We were supposed to pay 40, but we are paying 35. Will the government say you are paying less, give me interest? No. In fixed sum, there will not be interest because government itself is telling you pay me 35 rupees. As per rule, we are paying 35% of the previous quarter, irrespective of what is your turnover for that month and tax payable for the month. Yes, sir, no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Clear with this concept? Same thing. If it was monthly or quarterly, if it is monthly, we pay as the last month's, we take it as base and pay cash component. If it's monthly, last quarter's 35% we pay now. No interest will have to be paid by us at the third month in case we had paid less. Clear? This is called as fixed sum method. What is the second method? Self-assessment method. Here, even though we are paying the taxes monthly on 25th itself, what we are doing is we are not considering previous quarter 35 cash, nothing. We ourselves are ascertaining current month, what is the output? Current month, what is the input? Current month, what is the tax to be paid? We will ascertain the exact tax to be paid, we will pay it. Clear? Yes, sir, no, sir?
Yes.
Now, in this case, in case we assessed 40 rupees and paid 40 rupees. Yes. But later on, when we filed the entire return, quarter's return, we realized we had to pay 50 rupees. Had we paid more or less?
Yes.
We had to pay 50 actually, but we did wrong self-assessment. We paid 40 rupees. In such case, that differential of 10 rupees, we have to pay interest. From the date of payment till when it is actually due date, till when it was actually paid, we'll have to pay interest at the rate of 18% per annum. If you have wrongly self-assessed. What the difference? Fixed sum method, interest will not come. But here, interest will be applicable. Yes, sir, no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That
sir.
as the base. Once you go through this in qrmp, it's easy, piece of cake now. Now we will understand this. 35% of tax paid in cash if it was furnished quarterly. The tax liability of the last month if it was monthly. Simple. Okay, next, self-assessment we already have seen. Taxpayers can pay by considering tax liability on inward, outward, ITC available. You pay the tax. The same challan you will file and you will pay that. Furnishing details of outward supplies under qrmp. Now, what happens here in this case? We had also discussed qrmp, you are filing the returns when? At the end of the quarter. But the only problem here is your recipient should have to wait till the end of the quarter to claim ITC. Yes or no? If Ritvik had selected quarterly return payment, qrmp scheme, Chinmay should technically wait till the end of the quarter to claim ITC. Why? Because Ritvik will file the return only at the end of the quarter and Chinmay will claim the benefit only at the end of the quarter. What if Chinmay has to claim in the first and second month also? In such case, she can approach Ritvik and say there is something called as IFF, Invoice Furnishing Facility. It is just like a Xerox copy of GSTR1. Practically, it's the same, but name is different, right? So Chinmay will come and tell Ritvik, my invoice, because I want to claim input, add it in IFF, just like GSTR1. So then Ritvik will say, sold to Chinmay, all these GSTR1 details, whatever she writes in GSTR1, same thing she will add in IFF, done. Even if Ritvik adds in IFF, it will come to GSTR, Chinmay's GSTR 2A to B, just like a normal return itself. But what is the limit for Ritvik to file in IFF? What is the maximum turnover he can actually use?
50.
50 lakh.
50 lakhs. Even though his turnover may be hundreds of crores, if he has to use IFF, he can add only up to 50 lakhs. That is the limit. After that, he can't. He can add only at the end of the quarter only. Right? Clear? Yes, sir? No, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Furnishing QRMP, filing of one quarterly basis, option to avail IFF up to 50 lakh and only in first and second quarter only. Why? Third month, anyways, you will file GSTR1. No point. First and second month, interim. Our time of Matra, we file IFF. Okay. When do we file it? Between first day of the succeeding month till the 13th day of the succeeding month. So for the month of till 13, because after that, next month go. Next, invoice pertaining to last month of the quarter to be applied in GSTR1 only. Now, for 3 quarters, July, August, September. July, you add in IFF. August, you add in IFF. September, add only for the month of September. What will you do? Don't add July plus August plus September, because July and August, which you have written in IFF, it's as good as adding in GSTR1 only. Whatever is not updated in IFF, add it here. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Invoice updated using IFF to be reflected in Form 2A to be a recipient. So just like GSTR1 only. Instead of doing all this IFF, MADI, reconcile, file GSTR1 only, no? Pay tax monthly only, no? Way up to QRMP scheme. Anyways, details of invoice furnished using IFF for first 2 months, not required to be furnished in GSTR1 again, already saw. A registered person may choose not to use IFF. Instead, more month seri GSTR1 madbodu. But Chinmay will start crying later then. Input bandila anta. That is only drawback, or else it's up to fixed discretion. You can add in IFF or in GSTR1. IFF we saw, so we have seen this in detail already. Quarterly filing also we saw. Benefits of QRMP, nothing much, but okay, note koli. Eligibility of QRMP, what is that? 5 crores turnover, previous quarter file madirbeku. Non-eligibility, once you cross 5 crore, not eligible. Opting out again 5 crore, and available of opting out again available from the first day of second month till the first month of that quarter. Same. Opting in and opting out to other. Due date for QRMP 22nd and 24th, as the case may be, depending on the category of the state. This is 20th. All other returns we already written that. Applicability of interest, we already have seen this. Fix sum methodically. Will it be there? No interest will be applicable. GSTR quarter file maddaga discharge the liability. No interest will be applicable then. But in case new payment madide late agodre, 25th is the due date. You filed on 26th. Then interest is applicable. Not on the difference amount. As in jasti madbekittu kammi madidre adu mele baralla. But whatever you had to pay, the 35% whatever, adanne late madidre, interest will be applicable then. GSTR 3B as per interest 50. We saw that already. Interest that will be done. Self-assessment interest will be applicable in case there is a mismatch. Because they say when you say self-assessment, you assess properly and pay. You wrong assessment madidre no problem illa, tax payment madi taditare government. Okay. Applicability of late fees same. Okay. Annual return 31st of month madbeku. All income expenditure, all details will be written under annual return. Just go through that once. Revision of returns. Can we revise the GST return? Answer is no. So we can't revise the return. Only option is we can amend some details in the subsequent returns. Late fee. See here it says GST 39 and final return liable to pay 100 per day, subject to maximum 5,000. So if a correction agide, it will be given in the notes. No problem there. That's it. That is what is there in your GST syllabus. 4.5 hours, 4 hours 43 minutes. Expected finish time was 3 hours, but we took almost 50% extra. But if it's worth it, better, or else no use. Was it worth it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Shall we quickly go through? Shall we quickly go through RTP questions pertaining to my chapters and telling you in advance? Pertaining to the last 4 chapters, it is very less. We can as well finish it off now so that SMSR's burden will be less in the evening. You have a class in the evening, no? Today? Today or tomorrow? Today,
Today, sir.
Today only. Okay. So let me look at the RTP. I made a note of which question is there in which. November RTP. Let us start with November. Question number 7. So November RTP. Zoom screen share. November 23. Okay, it's there in the material also. You can go through the material. RTP is also added in the material. GST in the second half. Have you gone through the RTPs already? Yes, sir. No, sir.
We will go through once you overview them, sir.
Correct. So don't go through and come to any conclusion. Wait for us to just go tell you what is there and what. Then you can go through. Right? These are questions pertaining to IDT. First question, the question put to, there are some many questions given here, like a big comprehension passage only. Determine the aggregate turnover. He wants to avail ITC, ITC on free samples, ITC on reverse, whatever, value of supply. All these are part of first question, which will be covered by SMS sir later. Registered supplier manufacturing taxable supply of machine. The list price, whatever. Notes. Compute the net GST payable in cash. Literally, what type of question is this? First of all, you will have to ascertain the output. Here, they will not ask you, they will not test your knowledge pertaining to rate. They will give you rates are this, and this. You don't have to say, this rate, not required. What you have to do is understand machinery, is it taxable or no? Is it supply or no, first of all? So is it supply? Then apply the rate, output tax ready madidi. Input, is it eligible or no? Then if it's eligible, add it here. If it's not eligible, ignore it. Then calculate the tax payment. So this SMS will cover it anyway. Simple. So this is a overall question. Supply you there and ITC cover it. 7th, answer this question. Okay. Eden Limited. 7th question of November 23 RTP. Eden Limited, registered under GST and dealing in educational toys, has an aggregate turnover of 18 crore in the preceding financial year. As of now, we don't know what the question is asked. They are asking in the question. All we know is turnover was 18 crores. The tax consultant of Eden Limited advised it to issue e-invoices mandatorily in the current financial year. So e-invoice, now we know it's about e-invoice. However, Eden Limited is of the view that since its aggregate turnover is less than the threshold limit applicable for e-invoicing, it is not required to issue e-invoice. You are supposed to comment upon the validity of the given advice by the tax consultant. Without looking at the answer, you tell me what is the answer. Is the tax consultant right or wrong? 18 crore is the turnover. E-invoicing barata baralva. Simple question. Are you there?
Yes.
There, sir.
What is the answer?
Yes.
E-invoicing, what is the limit?
Mm.
We discuss now, guys. It's class.
10 crore.
10 crore. Is it crossing 10 crore? Turnover?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So is e-invoicing applicable or no?
Applicable.
Applicable. Yes, sir.
Answer is applicable. But when you write the answer, don't directly jump into say e-invoicing is applicable. What they're asking, you are required to comment upon the validity of the advice given by tax consultant. You should say if the tax consultant is right or wrong. Right? Answer is correct. Fine. That is one thing. But you should also focus. What if they ask you are required to comment upon the validity for the stance taken by Eden Limited? Then you will say Eden Limited is wrong. Or tax consultant is right. Right from that point of view also first. Then write the actual explanation. Understood how to answer such questions? Not only this, any subject for that matter. When they're asking about some, especially in law and tax, they're asking about some person's point of view. Own stance correct itto ilvo. Focus on his stance, then tell what is right or wrong. Here, Eden Limited was wrong. He was right. Then you write the answer. The answer we'll see down it's later. Next, a government department is registered under GST. Its aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is 22 crores. you are required to comment with the help of relevant provisions whether the said department is required to issue e-invoices in the current financial year or not.
No.
No,
Yes
sir.
or no?
No.
Why?
Because government department and
Government
exempted
Government
from
department. I
doing-
specifically told you this. Bold in the notes. I have specifically mentioned that in bold because it's an amendment, and you see it's already there in the November article. Yes, so amendments focus more on. So here, why they was 18 and 20 is last year in the exam it was 20 crores. They want to test your knowledge if you are still keeping 18 crores in mind or 10 crores or 20 crores in mind. So it has no doubt crossed 10 crores. But government department is exempt from issuing e-invoices. So it is not applicable. Now let us look at the answer. 7, no? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
E-invoicing has been made mandatory for all registered persons, business, except special class of persons, aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 1718 onwards. This is also important. From that year, greater than 10 crore in respect of B2B supplies or for exports. Thus, the advice given by tax consultant on ED Limited for issuing the invoices mandatory in the current year is valid in law as the aggregate turnover has exceeded the threshold limit of 10 lakhs. Simple. Write the concept, answer, topic. But also from whose point of view you write, because question is asked, own point of view, correct or wrong. From his point of view, write if it's correct or wrong. Next, following entities are exempt from mandatory requirement of e-invoicing. The special economy zones, insurer, GTA, passenger, admission to movie theaters, etc., government department and or local authority. This is the last point which was in bold also. Further, the above taxpayers exempted from mandatory. Andre, they're exempt. What they should also do is write in the invoice that even though my turnover is more than the aggregate prescribed limit, I am not coming under e-invoice. This was also there in the notes. Idunu bari bekinge. Declaration kodbek that stating aggregate turnover even though cross adruno, they are not required to issue an e-invoice. And they just make another. Adunu bari. They'll feel more happy. Yes. E case ali 10 crore vargu jaasti ide, but they are not. So declaration kodbeku in bari. So don't focus only on no invoice, but no invoice idre. Write this also that they have to give a declaration saying that even though the turnover has crossed 20 lakhs, they still have to give a declaration saying they are not supposed to require, they're not required to issue this and that. Okay. Simple question. A 5-mark question, I think. Next. Batra Limited normal taxpayer is winding up its business in Rajkot. The tax consultant of Batra suggested that Batra will have to file either annual return or the final return at the time of voluntary cancellation of registration in the state of Rajkot. Do you agree with the stand taken by tax consultant of Batra Limited? Or for your comments, ignore the aggregate turnover of Batra. What is your answer? We just saw, I think 10 minutes back, we saw this.
Final return.
You have to file final return.
Should you file annual or final?
Final return.
Final.
Annual return will you file or no?
Yes, sir.
Final return, definitely yes. Yes or no? Because
Yes.
last return cancellation final return should be there. His question is, Batra Limited consultant is saying either annual return or final return. What will we write? Look at the answer given specifically. No, the stand taken by tax consultant is wrong. Why is he wrong? Because it's not either or. Annual return yavaga will have to furnish it. Normal person will furnish annual return. Final return no madbe. So what should he do? Not either or. Can he say either annual return, no final return? No. Final return compulsorily yes. Annual return madbeku. So file both annual return as well as final return. There's a difference. Annual and final. Annual andre every year. Final andre one last time before you cancel. So in this case, within 3 months, we will have to write. Final return is filed by a registered person who have applied for cancellation of registration within 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation. In the given case, winding up with the file both the returns. This is question number 8. Question number 9. Mr. Shyamnath, the registered person, has caused movement of goods of consignment value exceeding 50,000. E-waybill required or no?
Yes,
Sir, no, sir.
Required.
Yes. To supply and thus generate e-waybill. Very good. Keep it up. However, after generation of e-waybill, he found a mistake in the e-waybill and wants to edit it. Can he edit it? Yes, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
He
No,
can't
sir.
edit it. Your request to advise Mr. Shamnath whether he can do so with the help of relevant provisions. You know the answer, just tell it to him. How will you tell him? Question number 9. If there is a, don't tell him directly, okay? Don't tell do this or do that. First talk about the provisions. If there is a mistake, incorrect or wrong entry in the variable, it cannot be edited or corrected. Only option is what we discussed. Cancellation of variable within 24 hours of generation and generate a new one with correct details. Don't end here directly. After this, right? Thus, in the view of above-mentioned provisions, Mr. Shamnath cannot edit the variable. However, he can cancel and write. So provision you write. Very good. But you are also advising Shamnath. No. Tell about how will you advise Shamnath. Shamnath cannot do this, can't do that. Same thing you write in colorful word system. Clear with that? This
Yes,
is question number 9. I think last question from this RTP. Examine the provision implication of GST or payment of honorarium to guest anchors. Is it covered already, guys? Is it covered?
There are exemptions.
It's there, supply or not. Is it covered? Did SMS specifically talk about this? Guest anchors?
Yes, anchors, I don't think
No,
specific.
sir.
So it's come out specifically. So what the provision says is, I've not seen the answer yet. Okay, I've not seen this answer yet. But because this has come out recently, in some circular it has come out, I think. Unless it specifically says it is exempt, right? Or not exempt, not taxable, everything is taxable. In this case, even though they are guest anchors, has it specifically mentioned anywhere that it is exempt? If not, it is taxable. 1. But taxable as in elder tax register they will go back to the registration limit. Okay. He may cover it during his RTP, but I'll just jump the gun and see once. Circular clarifies the applicability of GST on honorarium paid to guest anchors. This was given last year. Sunset TV and other channels invite guest anchors to participate in the show and pay remuneration in the form of honorarium. It is clarified that supply of goods, all goods and services are taxable unless exempt. That's what I told you. Unless I specifically tell you it's exempt, everything is taxable. Or declared as neither goods or neither supply of service. Services provided by guest anchors in lieu of honorarium attract GST. GST baratte. Simple. Now, baratte and takshan charge madbeku antalla. What if I go and take part as an anchor? Will I charge GST? Depends on my registration limit. So, however, guest anchors whose aggregate turnover in the financial year does not exceed 20 lakh, 10 lakh in case of MMLT, shall not be liable to take registration and pay GST. Simple. So, in our specific head it is taxable. Unless specifically say guest anchors exempt, it is taxable. When I say taxable, doesn't mean they should charge tax. It should go back to the registration limit. Yes? Yes, sir? No, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This covers IDT or GST pertaining to my bit. One direct question SMS will cover anyways. What about May 23 RTP? Again, 2-3 questions will be there. I will just see which questions are there. Question number 9 and question number 10 from this. Okay. Question number 9 and 10. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
RTP of May 23. We look at all questions once, but we'll not discuss everything. By chance, another now cover we'll just see. First question is usually on ITC supply layer, which he will cover anyways. Amount of ITC, okay. Registrations, applicability, supply. Sponsorship fees. 9th and 10th, alva. Briefly enumerate the contraventions which makes a registered person liable to cancel registration. When can registration be cancelled? I think section number 29 of CGST Act. We discussed in detail today. Return file madilla andre GSTR 13B adidre or input tax ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, all these provisions we can make a note there. 10th, state the order in which every taxable person discharges tax and other dues under GST law as provided under section 49. What is the order? I think this also we discussed
Previous
today.
month's dues,
Previous tax period,
current
then
tax period,
current tax period, then
and section 73 and
section
74.
77 talks about penalty. 73 andre not a big crime, 74 andre fraud tarane, but both are penalty related sections itself. 73 is smaller, 74 is major. So notice bandaga or judgments bandaga other based on this something. So 9 and 10 will quickly have a look at. All others are pertaining to other chapters. So rule 21 idu does not conduct any business from a declared place. The registered businesses place is different, business actual place is different. Issues invoice without goods, violates the provision of 171 as an anti-profiteering, bank details kottilla andre, input tax related contraventions, or not filing of returns. Simple. This way your registration will be cancelled. 49, order self-assessed tax and other dues related to previous tax period. First. Second, self-assessed tax and other dues related to current tax period. Third, any other amount payable under this act or rules thereafter. Section 70 to 74. Simple. This we have discussed. Only 2 questions pertaining to this. So this is RTP, and what is pending is your previous year's question paper. I think on May 23 exam they have asked about composition scheme, which is not in my syllabus, but I've read and made a note. QRMP ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Electronic liability ledger ಒಂದು, QRMP ಒಂದು. I think it was question number 7. So we'll end in 2 minutes. Before that, we look at that also. In which we have come so far, right? So much more. Share screen. May 23. Yeah? No. Okay, SGST payable alla ide. First question. Question number 6. They will give something like this. They will test your knowledge on supply as well as ITC. Question number 7. Mr. Manik provides the following information regarding his tax and other liabilities under GST as per electronic liability ledger. Tax for the month of May, interest for the month of May, penalty for the month of May, tax for the month of June, a liability arising under 73. Same question which was there, right? What is the order? First, previous period. These 3. Then comes the current period. Then comes the what?
73,
73. So first write the provision. You should do this and that. Then do this and that. So here the question is, Mr. Manik wants to clear his liability of demand first. Can he do that? No. He should first do prior period, then current period, then idu. First write the provision, then talk about Manik's point of view. What is the answer? 3 sections here. Then in view of this, Manik cannot. That's all. In order to discharge, again 30,000 first term, then 35, then 48. How did you get 30? These 3. Simple.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sumit is a registered dealer in the state of Punjab. In the month of May, he decides to apply for QRMP scheme. As he wants to switch to QRMP scheme, he had not filed his return for the month of May and June. Please guide Mr. Sumit regarding the following: conditions and restrictions of QRMP scheme, manner of exercising option under QRMP scheme. What is the situation? What will you do?
Sir, Mr. Sumit has to file the returns for May and June. Because the quarter is April, May and June. Because Sumit has opted for QRMP in the month of May, it will be applicable from July, August and September quarter.
Okay, so can he do it for that quarter, April, May, June?
No, sir.
Okay, conditions and restrictions. Talk about conditions, limit, restrictions for not, and manner of exercising is what you told, but you didn't answer the first question. So what will you say in correct order? Like this: conditions. He has to 5 crores. He has furnished return in the previous month. he is not required to exercise option every quarter. So talk about the conditions first. 5 crores, previous month return has to be filed. Then manually, then you can say the registered person, Mr. Sumit, intended to offer qrmp for any quarter, should indicate his preference when? First day of the second month of the previous quarter till the last day of the first month of current quarter. Then you can tell this directly. So depending on, after this, you can also add a note saying, Mr. Sumit, yav month alli next madbodu. So you can make a note and close it off. Simple.
Sir,
Understood anything today? After 5 hours, mega marathon GST revision, exhaustive revision. Ritvik, you have some questions?
Sir, there is a question about e-way bill.
Is it which book?
Sir, in the same question, after Mr. Smith, there is when goods are transferred by principal to job worker.
Okay, I didn't make a note of that. 1 minute. Okay, when goods are transferred by principal to job worker, there is no need to issue e-way bill. Comment on the validity of the above statement in reference to GST laws. Actually, they should not be asking you this because it is there covered in final. I told you that, no? The rule says, what do you say? In case of 2 situations, one is job work and one is this handicraft goods, interstate, where it is exempt. You have to apply for, you have to raise an e-way bill in that case, right? So in case of job worker, he should raise an e-way bill irrespective of the consignment value if it is interstate. If it is intrastate, not required. If it's interstate, irrespective of the turnover, you will have to issue e-way bill. Intrastate, job worker not required. Wait, let us see what the book says or the suggested answer says. This is question number 7C. Okay, I'm not sharing my screen. 1 minute. Suggested answers me. This, when goods are transferred by principal to job worker, there is no need to issue e-way bill. They are not telling us if it is intrastate or interstate. Yes or no? We should specify that and say interstate is interstate is 2 more question. The said statement is not valid. Why? We just discussed. When goods are transferred by principal to job worker, e-way bill is required to be mandatorily issued when? In case of intrastate, if consignment value exceeds 50. Again, same state idre 50,000 is the limit, normal. But interstate idre no limit. If it's going beyond the state, you should raise an e-way bill irrespective. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Now I will talk to SMSR once again later after his revision. If required, I will come back and clarify your doubts tomorrow as well. I will talk to SMSR, coordinate with him. If required, I will come back tomorrow when Shetty sir takes the class. I will talk for 10-15 minutes, clarify doubts and go back. Or after the class also, whatever it is, we'll plan something. Right? If you have any doubts, make a note of this. We have covered the revision syllabus exhaustively. Make a note if you have any queries. We'll meet once again and discuss. If you don't have any queries, very good. Okay. So we'll be back for one more revision later. We'll do concise revision, not 5 hour revision. Probably 1 or 2 hours revision, probably during the, probably just before the exam once again. But yeah, that is what it is. So, any doubts?
No,
Yes, sir.
sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
ಇವಾಗ ಎಸ್ಸಿದ್ರು ಬರಲ್ಲ 3 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಡೌಟ್ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ I know this. Yes, okay, there are no more doubts. We'll wind up today's class. I hope you learned not anything new, but at least all the concepts were touched upon. Now your time starts. Don't blindly say, oh, revision class aito, I'll just ignore. There is no use if you don't revise once again on your own. We can only feed you. Spoon ತಗೊಂಡು ಬೈಟ್ ಇಡ್ಬೋದು, ಕಚ್ಚೋದು ನೀವೇ ತಾನೆ, ನುಂಗೋದು ನೀವೇ ತಾನೆ. That we can't help you. ಮಿಕ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಬಟ್ ನುಂಗೋದು ನೀವೇ. So keeping that in mind, use this as a base, expand on this. Don't simplicity revision ಆಯ್ತು ನಾನು ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಇವಾಗ. That is the wrong approach. Go through the notes once again. This notes ನೋಡಿ and revision material which is given to you. I will also share the returns material specifically to you probably by end of the day. You can use that as well. Okay. With that, for people who didn't have lunch, go and have lunch. People who didn't have breakfast or lunch like me, have brunch together.
Yes, sir.
Others who have already had lunch, take some rest, come back at 6 p.m. I think, no? Chinmay?
Yes, 6 p.m. different ID will be posted in the group, guys. SMS at the revision. 6 p.m. different ID will be posted in the group till then. Yeah.
Okay, with that, if there's nothing